Layer's a hard place to live. Real hard. Ain't no soft landing nowhere in here. You either catch on quick, or this place chew on you slow. This life don't hand out directions. Just wait. Just pressure sitting on your chest every morning. Folks think trouble kicked the door in. Nah. Trouble slick. Trouble got perfume on. Smiling at you like it already know your name, already in the room when you walk in. That's the slings and arrows, you don't hear them fly, you just feel that sting and wonder where it came from. Whole layer wrapped in dark mystery. Old magic in the walls. Wizards whispering deals they don't keep. Dragons watching from the shadows, counting bodies like loose change. Succubus love looks sweet at first, then you wake up lighter than you went to sleep. Hard tax, soul pawn. It's war out here. Quiet war. Betrayal wears silk and smile real nice. Same cats break bread with you. Be the one selling your name 2 streets over. This whole thing a stone cold trip, baby. No fair fights, no refunds. So whatever shield you walk around with, it better be battle tested. Not shiny, not fresh out the armory, I'm talking chip paint. Bent edges, blood you couldn't wash off even if you tried. Cause the layer don't care how fly you look in your armor. They care what's still holding when the smoke drifts off. If you still here tomorrow, still breathing, still standing on your square, then yeah, you's a bad mother. Shut your mouth. Layer.
Let's talk about it. Um, I went over to support Earth channel because Imperious did whatever he did, and Earth thought it was gonna be 7 days, but he got it done in what, like 2 or 3 days. Shout out to Earth. But Earth, you don't fuck shit. I went over to Trader Truth channel supporting. I've been here 4 years. People know who I am. And I go over to have discussions. I'm not going over to say I'm a big dog and you gotta blah blah blah. I'm not. I'll go over to have a discussion and keep it regular and plain. And niggas want to mock a old man and talk shit, and I'm cool with all of that. I'm gonna go along. I'm gonna go along to get along. Y'all younger, y'all got y'all head of hair. Y'all get all the bitches. Y'all rich. Shout out to the rich, young, full of hair. Get all the bitches, niggas. Shout out to y'all. Um, so that's Earth, and that's Traded Truth and Mont and who else? And JT and all of them. Shout out to all of y'all. And I forget the young woman name that got the little short hair cut and stood up and tried to show her booty off, but shout out to her too. Um, it's really not no hate from me. I'm really just trying to have a conversation. And the reason why I say that is because I got a channel over here and I could talk about all of the shit. But again, shout out to y'all. Hope it all works out in the final analysis. Now let's talk about some more prominent people that got bigger names. Shout out to Drip. Shout out to Izzy Benz. Shout out to Sharon Bracy. Shout out to DJ Wish Doctor. Shout out to Nino Nation. Shout out to Fatty. So I'm over there at Nino Nation. And all I'm doing is just saying my little piece. Fatty, I'm not a threat. You the big dog. You the big dog. You got the whole untouchables. I'm just I'm just talking about shit. I'm just, saying my little piece. You don't have to ban me. You don't have to block me. You don't have to silence me. I'm I'm a nobody in comparison to you and whoever, your second in command. I believe that's Ali. You don't have to block me from talking on Nino channel. You don't have to block me or, I I like to hang out with the cool kids sometime. I'm not gonna not understand my place and recognize you the big dog. I'm just over there, to say my little shit, and I just believe what I'm saying. That's all. But when I say what I believe, I'm saying you don't have to block me, time me out, kick me off, do whatever it is that y'all are doing. I am not the bad guy. And now let's move forward from that. I'm not the bad guy. I may be asleep, but I'm not the bad guy. Shout out to Studio Mansion. Shout out to Irby Fatal. We just finna do what we do over here. The night is woke, and we're gonna do a show. Let's get the background together. Let's do this here. Let's do this here. Support the channel and all of this shit. Shout out to Studio Mansion. Shout out to Irby Fatal. Shout out to A Dub. Appreciate y'all for being here. We just gonna do what we do. Yeah. They talk crazy about the vest and the arms and the hat, right? But tonight we talking about what we talking about. And this is what we wearing. Let's do this. Two of the biggest. This is Erica Williams. Shout out to that woman. Let's get to Erica though.
Check those out there. I'm not going to go over this too long again. Let's I got several things to hit today. I'll try to make this efficient. It's a Friday. Happy Feel Good Friday.
What up, Cellulite?
To it. Let me just try to condense down what I was saying earlier, but like chop some of that conversation. All right. 2 lanes. Again, let me be very clear. First thing's going to say, what about the average person, Erica? What about the average guy or girl? We just make $40K a year. We just want an extra $200 a month. Let me tell you something. What is my advice for average people who want to do average shit and live average lives? Is just get the highest paid job you can. That's all. Like, stop coming over here. Stop, harassing people who have business channels. Stop harassing people who have investment channels, trying to convince them everybody's just like me. Like, bro, there's 30 million YouTube channels. Go find a channel that talks about being average and doing average shit. Because in America, you have people in 1 year can make $1 million, $10 million. This is a country of ridiculous excellence. It just is.
And that's all I want. All I want is a remote job that's going to pay me the most money I can get. And then I'll take my little couple of crumbs from YouTube, and I'll take my little couple of crumbs from being a landlord. And I don't want to be a slumlord. I want to give you a nice home with stainless steel appliances, good sinks and stoves, and all of this shit. And I want to have a positive relationship with you because I literally live with my tenants. I haven't done shit to my place. I still got all the ancient shit. My shit is still brushed fucking nickel, not nickel. It's brass and white appliances. I don't got none of this shit I have for my tenant. My tenant got the brushed nickel farmhouse sink and a brushed nickel stove and refrigerator, and all of the light fixtures are brushed nickel and the door handles are brushed nickel. All the money I spend is to give you a luxury appliance and fixtures. I got new floors in. Yeah. I want you to feel elevated. And me, I'll just wait and try to be patient. But shout out to the motherfucking shout outs. Let's keep it moving.
And I'm going to do a whole segment towards the end on the foreign community in California scamming, and in other places it's worse than Somalia, but I don't blame them. I blame Americans for not reading, for not picking up a book or picking up easy stuff and reading it. This stuff is over explained to us in America. As long as your child can read and have critical thinking, the future of America is between those who can read and critically think and those who cannot. And those who cannot will be at Daytona Beach walking around looking goofy. You know what I'm saying? Running around in the crowd. That's what they'll be doing. That's all, right? Like, don't get it twisted. If you come to this channel, you're like, I'm just an average person. I just want $2 more every week to buy some more lattes. Good luck. Go find a budget channel. Go find somebody else's channel, and I'm okay with that. You did? I don't need my channel to have millions and millions of views, because I'll never be on the side of what's popular. I'll never be on the side of what's popular. I know that. I'm gonna run some ads this summer, but I already know what time it is. The average person wants to do average shit and get the world. Right? My grandma and grandpa used to say, people want a job with all the work picked out of it.
That's all I want. That's all I want is an average job and my tenants and my YouTube channel, and for me to live comfortably with that. As long as I can pay my bills, you feel me? Let's move forward. I'm gonna move forward a little bit. Matter of fact, I'm gonna FB Ream $20 ball. Thank you for inspirational information. Let's go.
Let me guys know if you can hear me and see me. Drop a 1 in the comments. Let's go over to our first slide so I can kind of get you guys into here. What do you need to know as you're wanting to do business? Here we go. This is Houston, Texas. And you need to know social economic zones. And this isn't just to make fun of people or I don't want to live over in the hood conversation. This is important if you have any of these blue collar businesses, you have a digital business, you're trying to figure out where is the money, okay? So you see the red is low education, high marriage. Those are people that got married out of high school. You already know what time it is, okay? So this blue is a high education, low marriage. These are young people, okay? Low education, low marriage, people kind of joked about these are Black areas. And they may be telling the truth. High education, high marriage is these areas. Of course, this is Woodlands. This is other areas going towards Katy. And when you put the whole map together, you need this information so that you can make a decision where to grow your business, how to grow your business. What, you know, we only want to do Katy, Texas. You know, we only want to do Woodlands. We only want to service one part of Houston for the safety of our workers and where we want to invest our money. That's important for you to know. Now, I'm playing a little bit of the music because it's snippet. It'll probably get me copyright strike. I don't care.
Yeah, you got to be conscious of the copyrights and songs and stuff. So we're going to talk through half of it because we already know that more than 3 seconds of a copywritten song is an issue. But let's understand what it is she's trying to get across while we chop up that song and get back to it.
Me voy pa' allá, bien desde lado, pero le caigo. We are young. There's a fire in our soul.
And we'll stop it again because, again, the music could potentially be copywritten. So let's talk about something else.
At all this low education, low marriage, low health, okay? And there was a reason because this matches the data. Now, again, this is him using U.S. Census survey data. This is him using all kind of cross points. You know, I'd probably have to ask Brandy or somebody what they think about some of this stuff. They probably know because they live in Atlanta. All right. And Matt Q lives in Atlanta. So these people would know these areas and know what is going on. Why do you want to know it? You want to know it before you start a business, a high-end business in the hood, right? You need to know, does this make sense? Now I'm gonna talk to y'all again when I talk about digital products, intellectual property. This is the Indianapolis Clowns. You're gonna say, Erica, why are you showing us a baseball team? This is a historically Black baseball team. The Savannah Banana, this guy's 92 or 96, still walking.
And shout out to him. Shout out to him. There's still some money connected. There's still some people that's celebrating. There's still some people that want to take pictures with him. That's the thing. Would y'all not want to take pictures with Red Fox? Would y'all not want to take pictures with John Amos? Jimmy Walker, JJ, Rerun, AJ Johnson. There's a value there, and we should support them there because they've been in some prestigious roles. But let's move forward. Let's make sure everybody can hear me as we get back to Erica.
They were just, at this point, they were no longer a baseball team. They were intellectual property, and that someone could acquire. It's important for y'all to know that. You have to know what is the product you have sellable. Can you go sell it? Okay. Same thing here. Where are people moving? You need to know. This is in 2025. Look at California, Washington, Oregon, still losing. Idaho, going crazy. Okay. All right. Minneapolis had an increase, but what was the increase? Foreigners. But anyway, Kansas City, massive loss, almost 20% of the population, 20% people moving. This is 10,000 inhabitants or whatever. There's numbers.
And shout out to Erica Williams. That's what it is ultimately. I mean, I crack jokes and have fun with y'all and do whatever, but I want to see my people succeed. Young women and young men. I am not so much involved in a so-called gender war. I'm definitely not involved in it. I'm not a Manispherian. I'm not a red pillar. I'm just a dude that's only been a husband for the majority of his life. And I would love to be a husband again. I mean, all this fighting and warring and keeping it going on channels, I'm on board the shit out of y'all because I don't have no war with no black women. I love black women. My mama's a black woman. I got my mother tattooed on my right arm. I really don't hate black women or women at all in general. I see something, interesting going on with feminism in the third and fourth wave, but basic, simple feminism, I would say I agree with having the opportunity to get education and a bank account and don't have to be up under me. So when I am involved with a woman, I would love a woman that likes me. And it's a mutual thing. It's a reciprocity involved. I don't want to take advantage of anybody. It ain't no pimping involved. It ain't no I gotta win. It's no what's her name? She-Ra 7. I don't want to manipulate no young person to go along with my program and kiss my ass and do whatever the fuck it is I'm saying. No, you can go ahead and be yourself. At the same time, let's try to love on each other and create this beautiful environment where we both happy.
Can do better with this. But again, Texas increased. Even Oklahoma, Arkansas, Alabama had a big boy increase. Western Alabama, Huntsville, Alabama. South Carolina had a 79% increase. One of the fastest growing capitals. Listen, ain't nothing in South Carolina. Buy it up. I don't care. It's the worst Carolina, but buy it up. Why did Maine have a 35% increase? It's Canadians leaving Canada, getting new residents in Maine. New York, massive losses. Michigan losses. Pennsylvania losses. Virginia's going to have even more losses with the new gun law they have, okay? West Virginia gained people, but it's really people seeking a tax haven from Ohio and from PA and from VA. Kentucky, Tennessee, giant gains, right? This stuff matters. Alaska lost people, Hawaii lost people, right? You need to know this when you want to buy a business, you want to start new things, you want to grow. How can you forecast for the next 5 years where your family honestly should invest, right? There's a guy called Ace Invest. He always kind of makes jokes about Dusty, Texas, because he's in California. He's like, I'll never move from California. I'll just keep buying properties. That's how you have to think. If you want to stay in California and still live a really great quality of life in California, you're going to need more money. It is not even an argument. I don't know why there's this pushback of like, oh, what? Yeah. Do you know what I'm saying? That Delaware tax write-offs, all kind of stuff, right? And so people are trying to figure out how they can stay in these cities they love on $2. That doesn't make sense. It's not going to happen. You're not going to be able to stay there on $2. You're going to have to either do what it's required to make money to stay there, or you won't stay there. And I know people hate hearing that, but that's just the truth. If you don't get uncomfortable, again, you want to just be average person, do average stuff. You ain't trying to do new stuff. I hear all that. I'm not trying to fight you on it, baby. I want you to be love wherever you are. Love where you are. Do what you want to do. Do what you want to do. Like I don't I don't want you to do anything that your heart's not going to be in for the next 5 years, because you might not even require 5 years for what some of you want. Some of you just want a house. Some of you just want, a vacation beach house that you rent out most of the year and you go enjoy with your family. But I'm just telling you, like, you have to decide, right? So the guy that we used to love talking all that smack, Xavier, he's even quit posting online because he's just like, this is crazy. Like the way y'all acting, the way y'all treating me, crazy. And I don't blame him because he's at an echelon of money where he doesn't have to. And I'm pretty sure he pulled in a big rake of money and then went back to corporate America. So in consulting, he doesn't have to do at this level. He'll be like most people and they buy a business at that level. He'll just run his companies in Dallas or near his family. So let me see what the other one is. Let me see if I have it. Let me see if I have it. Okay. I think I do. Let me get to it. Okay, another one. Here's another one. Again, they change this every couple of weeks. Top 20 small towns: St. Augustine, Florida; St. Simmons Islands; Fredericksburg, Texas; Fairhope, Alabama; Gatlin, Tennessee; Hilton Head, South Carolina; Destin, Florida; Beaufort, South Carolina; Blowing Rock, North Carolina; Tybee Island; Pigeon Forge, Gulf Shores; Oxford, Mississippi; Blue Ridge, Georgia; Anna Marie Island; Southport; Williamsburg, Virginia; Fernando Beach, Florida. Fernanda. Listen, what's funny is I've been to like 75% of these. And what's funny about it is these towns have already been booming for years. These towns have already been booming for years. That's the comedy of this. These towns that they picked on this, they've been booming for years. But you can still go and buy a beach house in them, make some good money. You could still, get some money out of this deal. It wouldn't be the worst if you still try to invest in these places. Also, let me go to this one. Where's that? Oh, goodness. Do I have it? Let's see. I have too many windows open. Okay, here it is. Prepare yourself. We're going to have this segment start off with bougie and separate. How the separation's starting to come, right? Just to be honest with y'all. This is Mr. Bougie himself. He's done. Like he experienced a few months, almost a year of this, and he's like, I'm good. I'm good with the social media stuff. I'm totally good. Because what you start realizing is when you get to these upper echelon levels of living, you're like, damn, people are dumb. And not like in an ugly.
And that's the thing, right? Dealing with the so-called social media images is what she said. So let me see. You have to interact with these people. You don't want a parasocial type situation, but shout out to Anton, shout out to SD, shout out to Luxury Bucket List. Let me see. And I've been watching Erica Williams since 2007. I like her content. Shout out to A-Dub. Shout out to Studio Mansions. Nightish Lee, the Fat Man. No, let me put this on screen. Nightish, leave the Fenty alone. I don't know what that means, but shout out to him. Shout out to Cellulite. I think that's everybody. So a Studio Mansion, Cellulite, Anton Chigurh, Friendo, Luxury Bucket List, Irby Fattel, SD, Nightish hit was made for hats. Shout out to that, whatever that means. I want to take the hat off because somebody said, I won't show my hair or head or whatever. Let me take the hat off. Let's continue with Erica.
I'm not really trying to be funny. I'm not trying to be an a-hole. I'm like, the conversation you're trying to have with the public, we were separated in public school for a reason. First graders didn't sit in class with fifth graders. Fifth graders didn't sit in class with high school seniors. There were separations to this. And when people really get angry and say, we're all equal, we're all Americans. Okay. We are, but there is a structure here. You know what I mean? Like, it's just is a structure. It's a structure here. And even he quit. You can go read his blog for your own free time. But I'm going to play this young lady. She's my next up to play this because she's saying that quiet conversation out there that people really don't want to have. And then I'm going to play this guy. Both might hurt your feelings, but it is what it is. Here we go. This is on raising kids. People don't want to hear it, but it is what it is.
Screws up their kids. And when I say middle class, I'm also including lower class families, as in you're not rich. These families tend to spend a lot of their money, which is very limited, into enriching their children's material needs. They're not spending time enriching their children's mind with classes, courses, tutoring. They're spending the money, limited money is being spent on material goods accumulation. So for instance, little Johnny, I feel bad that I can't provide for you because mom and dad is not rich. Let me buy you things. Fast forward 20 years, child goes off to college and they realize we are definitely not rich. At that point, they have figured it out. They know that they did not grow up rich. They were not enriched with things like skiing. This child, because they don't have any investment of skill, they are lacking skills, but they have expensive tastes. This is a double whammy because they will feel extremely self-conscious, extremely ashamed of their family circumstances because now the bubble has burst. Santa is not real. And they've realized we are not well off. Not only am I not well off materially, which creates a lack of confidence when comparing oneself to peers. The second issue is that they also feel lacking in terms of skills because you have not invested in their skills column. Remember, the limited amount of money that you had was spent on material goods accumulation. This is why, as a landlord, I see poor people's homes and in it is full of stuff. They're not short of stuff. They're short on knowledge and skills. So what is the solution? solution. The solution is that you really need to dial back the demand on material needs and invest more in skill set building. Instead of spending $20 on Nike shoes, buy the Walmart brand, go on Facebook Marketplace, go thrifting, and spend the $20 on piano lessons, on language lessons, on math tutoring, right? Those are skills that are actually going to give your children the opportunity to skip classes, to break the limitations of class. And that's exactly what so many Asian parents do, especially immigrants, first generation immigrants like myself. It's very common taking their kids to force them to be academically focused, which is a skill set enrichment, instead of overemphasizing material good accumulation. And that's what's creating all of these immigrant kids to be successful, because their parents know that me buying you a Nike isn't going to change your life. Me giving you the piano lesson, that's going to enrich your mind. A lot of middle class families are doing this unknowing.
So I want to. She's going viral just like Xavier was, and she'll also have her moment where she'll be tired of talking to y'all, because you get to a level financially that they pretty much every time I've ever gone into some of these rooms and I say how much I make and what I'm investing in, they're like, Erica, why are you wasting your time on YouTube? Why are you talking to these people? They're very, very blunt. Like, why even talk to these people? Completely focus your staff off YouTube, get them focused over here. They almost see YouTube as, okay, get a little money and then get away from these people. Like, and to be honest, I can see their points, right? As I focus this year really heavy with the banks and our subdivision, and some of that stuff you'll see this summer, like we are pivoting, and you guys could probably have seen that. I noticed that, but this is important. This is why I keep bringing up class, because people think they'll be like Julia Roberts' Pretty Woman and they just have to be in the area and somebody will just pluck them from obscurity. This has been a very common thing. And they will isolate you. They isolate each other, right? So here's another clip. I like this guy's talking because this is literally him. He's a millionaire now, but he went to Duke and his parents were so happy he went to Duke, right?
Oh, okay. So I was muted. I was muted, evidently. What I said is that Erica talks about all these people that are telling her to ignore YouTube. It's pointless to talk to these men and women on YouTube to inspire anyone. And I'm saying I understand what they are saying. How often is it about enriching, empowering, motivating people to be better people, to be more loving, understanding, patient with other people? A lot of times what we are on here doing is saying, man bad, woman bad, let's fight, and spend hours talking about why man bad or why women bad. With that being the case, how much do you support the people that's here saying, I always in this show saying, be great. 4 years I've been saying, be great. 4 years I've been saying, be motivated, be energized, love yourself, put yourself first.
And Duke is this elite Ivy School of the South, Harvard of the South, right? They call a couple of those schools down here that. And this is how they treated him. And he white. So I just want to, I just want to just kind of let you know, okay?
Cool that her and I ended up at the same spot, that being Duke, even though I went to public school in the South and she went to private school in New York City and was super rich. She proceeded to bring her friends over and physically point at me and tell them the same story. During frat rush, I was asked multiple times at multiple frats what my dad did for a living. And when I said that he worked at a TV repair shop, I was cut from all of those frats. I learned now that the correct answer is he's an entrepreneur. And at the frats that I did proceed on, one of them had a Rolex smashing competition. I also got cut from that one. Duke is also notorious for having super bad student parking and will tow students' cars all the times. And one really rich girl's car got towed. And instead of when she couldn't figure out how to find the car or get it back because she had never been towed before in her life, she just bought a new car. Another time during orientation week, I was friends with like a group of guys who, like, let's just say they weren't on financial aid like I was. And they were asking to go get lunch. And I actually had to go to one of the student aid, like financial aid, whatever teach-ins. And they were like, texting me, like, do you want to hang out? And I was like, oh, I have to go to this financial aid thing. And when I told them that, they just completely ghosted me. And I never heard that from them again. Like the entire 4 years that I went to Duke, we just never hung out again. You think you can hurt me? I survived 4 years at Duke where a girl at a party once told me that she thought it was so cool that her and I ended up at the same spot, that being Duke, even though I went to...
Again, what did he learn from this experience at Duke? Yeah, you're in the room, but they do not accept you. You do not go to the same schools. You do not grow up the same way. Your parents don't make the same money. Yes, you could be a Black person and you can be over here, but I don't have to accept you. This is what I don't get. Like, people see, well, you're brown and I'm brown. I remember I had a falling out with a Black friend because I was saying, like, we're so different. And they were so offended. They were like, how dare you, Erica, think we're different? I'm like, baby, you grew up in Section 8. Like you grew up with your grandma, like in Section 8. Like your family's absolutely dysfunctional. Like half your family's in prison. Like you're the criminals and my family's the cops. Like they're farmers and cops. We're from a different world. Like I went to balls, I went to etiquette class, I went to swimming classes, I went to sailing classes. Like we aren't on the same level. like just because we're
whoever's in the chat saying this, y'all have my IG, y'all have my Instagram, y'all have seen a few things. I think what people are asking me is, am I okay? Yeah, I put myself first. I'm the type of guy that what do the stewardess on the plane say? They say, in a loss of cabin pressure, put your face mask on first. Once you have secured your face mask, then you can start to check on others to make sure that they have put on their face mask. So first you, then your babies, then strange partners, so on and so forth. Self-preservation is the first law of nature. In my description before the show goes on, you see something saying, love yourself first. Take care of yourself first. And then, and only then, y'all got to look at the intro when it says this shit. You can help others.
oh, Black doesn't mean, I know people get mad and be like, oh, kinfolk and skinfolk and all that stuff. But I just want you to understand there's levels to this, right? Like her experience in North Carolina and her friend, which was a guy, is horrible. Like their whole family's suffering, right? So they can't wait to leave North Carolina. And our family's looking at them like, I'm really sorry that happened to you. Our family's owned land in this state, South Carolina and Alabama, a plantation since 1845. So we're not even like on the same, and then before that, the other side of the family owned land and we can trace it back to 1690. right? So like we're not in the same America almost. And so when I say that, people are like, Erica, stop bringing that up. You know what I mean? Like my brother would go places to a party and they'd be like, why are you over here? And he used to tell us, and we'd be like, don't you get what they're saying to you? Why are you over here? They literally thought he was coming over there to just like be a snitch or something because our family's just a bunch of damn cops. They just thought that was the craziest thing. You know, like in college when I got towed, I had a whole meltdown. I'm all crying. I'm going off on the people trying to, pay my bill. And they're just like, my mother is in Iraq fighting for Americans and you assholes are towing me. And I'm just crying. And so the lady's just like, here's your $125 back, chick. Like, have a good day, honey. Goodbye. Like, you know what I mean? Because it was such a, like, how dare you tow me, you redneck Sally? You know what I mean? And that was at ECU where all the poor white and black people that lived in the town, they could not work at the school other than janitor positions. So they had a lot of tow truck companies. They had a lot of like ancillary businesses that basically took money from the students. That just is what it is, right? It just is what it is. And so, yeah, they really did. My brother used to be like, are you for real? It was real crazy. Just crazy times. I tell people all the time, right? So even with my tenants in Detroit, he said he had like $500 in scratch-off tickets. Hadn't paid his rent in 2 years, but had like $500 on the table. I'm telling y'all, you ever see people to pick up the money and put it to your ear? That's how many scratch-off he's had. I could pick them up and put them to my ear. He had a giant TV, countless clothes.
Shout out to the money phones. Putting the money up to your ear with the money phones. I believe that would be Black Youngster over there with Irv Gotti. That would be Boosie Badass with the money phones. The money phones.
Countless shoes, a great stereo system, and hadn't paid rent in 2 years. It was crazy. And he was on disability. So I'm like, sir, do you understand you're getting put out? I don't think you understand, right? We don't buy brand name shoes or food things or food. We homeschool and pay thousands a year on books and education. Yeah. It's real crazy. So I just want you to understand like the difference. There's just levels to this. St. Augustine's been booming. Yeah, like all those places they name. I tell you like this, if by the time you read it on Forbes Boomtown list or some of these like Southern magazines, it's already booming, go 20 more minutes out to the next town. And I'll show y'all some of that this summer when we're doing a lot of drone stuff so you can see, right? They don't even want to hear all slaves. Yeah. You know what I mean? People get real, you know what time it is. You know what time it is. Like I could go into many lanes, but I'm a be easy. I'm debating doing farming or business, but I think I'm gonna do farming first. Again, when people say, Erica, ain't nobody want to be in the country, ain't nobody want to be a farmer. And I'm just telling you that like y'all have to reset your mindset. A lot of the farm people you meet, they're doing $1 million a year. No matter how much they cry on TV, oh my God, we're dying, we're struggling. They're getting paid $12,000 a month. The reason you hear so many white farmers complaining about soybeans is because it's the easiest, laziest crop to grow. To say,
let's talk about it. I haven't seen no money from what's my big strong brother? A Savage. I haven't seen no money from Savage. And forever. Let's see. Let's do a little money dancing. Let's go with Trader Truth. Even though he be beating up on the elder, let's go with a Trader Truth song first.
YouTube streets, ain't nobody like me. Trade the truth, no 30 or false, just real perspective. In these YouTube streets, ain't nobody like me. Trade the truth, no 30 or false, just what I see. Not red pill, not manosphere, just reality. From my life, from my eyes, how it gotta be. Hit that like, comment, subscribe, keep me alive. Every view, every share, help the vision survive. I'm just speaking my truth, I ain't here to divide. If you rockin' with the real, keep me alive. I ain't following trends, I'm just speaking facts. They be lost in a wave, I ain't in that. Real talk, no code, I don't match that. Every word from the chest with a pain at. I done seen how they twist it for attention. Turn opinion into lanes, get to switching. I just stay in my lane, keep it different. Real voice, no script, no fiction. In these YouTube streets, ain't nobody like me. Trade the truth, no third or foes, just what I see. Not red.
Shout out to Trey the Truth. Let's get that the fuck up out of here, right? And move on to something else. Oh my goodness, let's see. That was Trey the Truth. Let's go with Bomb Cherry.
They call me Bomb Cherry. Bomb Squad. Bomb Cherry. Bomb Cherry. Bomb Cherry. Bomb Cherry. They can't. Hey! I'm Bomb Cherry. Sweet, but I blow up quick. Talk slick. Get flamed, I don't miss. Bomb Squad in the back, talking reckless and loud. Like, comment, subscribe, run it up right now. With the cash app, don't play with me. Busy watching Gator, pay the fee. I'm Bomb Cherry, I stay lit. Sweet little vibe, but I blow up quick. Bomb Cherry, run it, run it up. Let's go. Cute face, big mouth, I be talking my mess. From the end, no streets, I don't care who press. Rose game strong, I embarrass a clown. Turn a tough guy quiet when I'm breaking him down. Bomb Squad behind me, yeah, they ready to snap. If you capping online, we supposed to make rain. Give it strong on every night, supporting the way. Better send the love before you get put in your place. Like, comment, subscribe, don't watch, pick. I'm Bomb Cherry, sweet, but I blow up quick. Talk slick, get flamed, I don't miss. Bomb Squad in the back, talking reckless and loud. Like, comment, subscribe, run it up right now. That cash app, don't play with me. These are what you get to pay the fee. I'm Bomb Cherry, I stay lit. Sweet little vibe, but I blow up quick. Hey, hey, run it up. Y'all ready? Let's go. Who talking crazy? Not no more. Don't get roasted now. Hey, 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 hey. I'm pressure, no filter. I say what I want. If you soft in the chat, you getting caught out blunt. Facts, I don't chase how you track. Make them tapping fast, then I left to the bank.
Shout out to Bomb Cherry. We dealt with Trey. We dealt with Bomb. It's one more person. It's one more person. Oh, Drip. We have to get over there to Drip. Shout out to Drip.
Lawrence playing sorry. Chop voice. Drip. Came through dripping, but it's blood in the rain. Out late night, still feeling that pain. Came through sliding trench coat, no name. Prayers in the dark, I'm raised in the game. Came through dripping, soul froze, no flame. Drip, echo in my brain. Came through dripping, but it don't feel the same. Win or lose, I was built for the pain. Southern boy grew up where it's hot. Late night moves, learn to play my spot. City lights flicker, demons talk when it's dark. Bright outside, but it left me scarred. Cold in my chest, even heat can't fix it. Pain in my voice, every line feel twisted. Hand
hands in the fire, I was born in the trenches. You talk that life, but you never live it. Look in my eyes, see the storm, not the glow. From back block corners to the long dark roads. Walk through the fog, hear the echoes get low. Like something in my ear, but I still move cold. I don't trust nothing I see, only the code that was built in me. Cold-hearted, but I still believe somewhere in the dark it's a light for me. Came through dripping, but it blood in the rain. Out late night, still feeling that pain. Came through sliding trench coat, no name. Prayers in the guard, going blazing the game. Came through dripping, soul froze, no flame. Trip, cold-hearted in the day. Came through dripping, but it don't feel the same. When I lose, I don't get up, move cold. Bounce when I step, make the whole world tilt. Heavy 808, make the pressure feel.
Shout out to Drip. Came through dripping. These songs are for sale. What up, No Chaser? I'll make a song for Luxury Bucket List. Send me a couple dollars. I'll focus on it to make you seem amazing. Shout out to No Chaser. Yeah, No Chaser got my IG. He know how to holler at me. Shout out to Anton. Anton know how to holler at me. I can make him on fire, you know. Cause Anton been over with me for some years now. Shout out to Friendo. Yeah. All y'all gotta do is, you know, support your channel and let's do great things. Let's do amazing things. Yeah.
Overseas. If you're in any farm ag classes, sustainability, they've been telling us for 25 years, do not just put your whole bucket on China. Don't put your whole bucket overseas. Don't put your whole bucket in France. In North Carolina, a lot of the grape farmers, there was one year, and our grapes are completely different from ranch grapes, but France had this massive like drought and disease that like killed a bunch of their grapes. And they just needed a fill-in, just a little bit of fill-in from grape producers. And so there's a thing called Dublin Wines here. They went overseas and they won this award. And people were like, oh my God, how much is this wine? How much is it? And they were like, oh, it's like $7. And they're like, $700? They're like, no, $7. Like it's American, $7. And the French came over and bought like, I'm talking about $10 million worth of grapes from North Carolina just to fulfill the backfill of the diseased grapes they had over there. Even though muscadine grape is very sweet, there are ways they know how to do things over there and tweak their wines, right? And there were farmers in Eastern North Carolina that been living in shacks since 1950s. They got that money and they were acting ridiculous, right? They got that money and started buying Cadillacs, okay? Now they got a trailer and a Cadillac out front. So don't ever like, oh, poor farmers. Please, like, trust me, there's a reason people are trying to block you from making money, okay? So this guy right here, he's famous because he's from Mississippi, and he was the first Black cattle farmer in Florida, South Florida. Now, Florida got a ton of Black people, ton of them. He moved from Mississippi to Omekeki. I don't know if one of y'all know how to say this.
Let's go with what the old niggas say. My brother, Savage, said it's time for me to go night-night versus Nightish understand how this shit go. Nightish is woke. He not falling asleep. But what my good brother Savage will do is placate and go along to get along and say something about a person being asleep versus I'm just listening. But shout out to Savage for shitting on his brother. I know it's a little bit easier to shit on your brother than to support him.
Tell me how to say it. Florida in 1953. By 1963, he was going to be Southwest first Florida black cattle rancher. Now, let's keep it moving. Guess what? Because he was black, even though he is, if you actually see the pictures of this man, he looks like an Indian, Choctaw, Mississippi Indian. That's what's so funny about this to me, because as a person who goes through that area, and one of our family lands is right beside the Choctaw Reservation, this man looks Choctaw. This man actually doesn't even look black. If you look at his pictures when he's young, he looks like the Choctaw Indian people. That's what's so crazy about this. That's the craziest part about this. Like, do y'all not know what an Indian looks like? But anyway, let me keep moving. His hair is slicked down to his back, okay? So nobody would sell him any land because of his race. So guess what his white friend did? His white friend named Ralph Walslow bought the land for him and transferred it to Howard. That's a true ally. If you ain't got no white people buying you land and so they can transfer it over to you, I ain't trying to hear that shit, okay? So he transferred it. Now think about this. He bought 20 acres for $5,000, y'all. 20 acres for $5,000. You can never do that again. You will never be able to do that again in American history. You'll never be able to do that again. Okay. Now, again, you're like, okay, 20 acres. So what? Now, of course, years later, you know, they got a dog.
Shout out to Richard Nixon and G. Gordon Liddy and the Contras and all of the bullshit. I don't think it will be repeated. But shout out and thank you for the money. As I said in another song, and I try to be off, let me repeat it. Thank you for the money. Yeah. Cheese fatty the dough. Gouda, scratch, Skrilla, paper. Yeah.
They got all kind of stuff going on, right? Like they got sons, you know, to keep it moving. Now, if you go down here, he now has over 700 acres of land and 700 cows. Now you're going to say, Erica, you know, so what does this mean? This means this man is a multi-millionaire. His grandchildren will be multi-millionaires, and they will be okay in Florida. They can literally parse off 1 acre a year to sell and still be good in Florida for the rest of their life. Okay. So I just want you to understand. Okay. I just want you to understand what's happening. People don't imagine 1963 if you were able to get 20 acres for $5,000.
Yeah, that's all that's being said. In 1963, with 100 acres and powerful people telling you you fought the good fight. Why don't we have that now? Education, wisdom, and a location and building up people that look like me. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for somebody in the chat. I'm waiting for somebody in let's listen more to her.
Back then, it would be life-changing. It would be life-changing. And this is why I'm not saying I'm just on a mission. I'm just saying I'm trying my best so you can understand how much money is flowing through farming that they're trying to convince you, you know, yeah, who wants to be out in the country with them country black people? And look at the trail rides. Look at all this stuff. Like, there are a lot of black people who are not thriving in cities. It doesn't make sense. You just leave. It doesn't make sense. Now, some of you going to say, well, Eric, I'm in Georgia now. If I go too far out of Atlanta, it's some rednecks. I hear you. I ain't saying go 3 hours out, maybe an hour out, maybe near Macon, right? Right. But you have to go somewhere where it makes financial sense. And if no one in your family is willing to take any type of risk, y'all will just suffer. And what you're telling me is, I'm not willing to be uncomfortable for my kids, Erica. I'm not willing to be uncomfortable for anybody. I'm just gonna keep being here and complaining about the price of things in Atlanta. And not figure it out. That's okay. This is farms in the United States. This is why when everybody like, the farm is dying. No, they want you to have more corporate farms, but literally, you're sitting there with almost 75,000 farms in Ohio, 70,000 in Illinois. You know, the whole southern part of Illinois is farms. 70,000 in Oklahoma, 230,000 in Texas, 42,000 in North Carolina, 22,000 in South Carolina. Why? Because South Carolina is greedy and backwards. But anyway, 38,000 in Georgia, 44,000 in Florida. You know what I'm saying? 24,000 in Louisiana. Only 3,000 in Nevada because it's dry as hell out there. Okay. California, 62,000. Right.
It is what it is. People aren't willing to make those changes or be significant in the decision making. I had this argument earlier on Taz channel. They know all the answers, but they're not getting into the majority of society. Let me see some right quick. Because a lot of people like to check the night. Nightish, we want to check your bitch ass, old nigga. And, you know, shout out to the motherfucking shout outs. Let me see. We're going to move forward. PG. Okay, it's already there. So let's do that. Let's move from Erica Williams to the fuckery. Stanley Cross is here. Oh my goodness. Shout out to Stanley. Stanley is here. We're going to move forward. The show is I believe this is the show. Let's add it to the stage. No.
Lord,
The thing is this, because I think that was Summer say she gave up her career. What career?
There you go.
Jada had a career. We all know she was an actress. She had a career. Let's stop.
What I said is that Jada Pinkett make it seem like she would be in that company.
All the disrespect she's done, saying that, hey, we gonna end up together. You don't determine that.
Right.
Well, maybe they discuss. Maybe they just.
No.
All I'm saying.
Yeah, no, it's not that's a whole different issue.
Yeah.
That's a whole
It's
different
after you've been married for a certain period of time, you already know where you stand with one another, right? There's no.
I like Oots. I like Oots a lot.
What up, JT? What up, though?
It's store in the mall. Like I went to the
Mark, I apologize for cutting y'all.
You know, go ahead.
But Dory put your rating in the back chat. She says she can't say it.
Okay.
Which
check the back chat.
I don't want a new rating. I'm fine with my rating from yesterday.
Check the back chat, man. It's a message.
Yeah, you gotta check the chat.
God dang, man.
Look, I had to go and be nosy.
Oh,
I had to be nosy. Hey, but you know what I fucked them up with lately? I took it back. I went to the Brute, the Champ, that old school.
Not Pierre Cardin.
Not one no bro. You are a Brute.
I took it back. I play with all cologne. If I
wait,
my favorite
wait,
Smurf. My favorite cologne is 99. I ain't gonna.
You can't do
Diddy.
Brute.
I fuck with
you can do the other
Diddy
stuff. You can't.
Huh?
The green bottle Brute.
Nope, the brown one. Check.
Oh, okay. I'm about to say.
Hey, Pete Smurf.
Talk to me.
You didn't bring back the Pierre Cardin, did you?
Do I got Pierre? I think I do got some Pierre Cardin
Not
too.
the one with not the ball with the ball on the top.
Yeah, with the ball on the top. Yeah, yeah, bro. So once again, I grew up with 14 uncles. So I took everybody a ring. You feel me? Depending on what situation I'm in, I'm around older women. I'm gonna throw on some of that younger. I'm around younger women. I'm gonna throw on that older. It fucks them up every time, bro. I'm telling you, real talk.
P. Smurf, I'm not having no problems even with the bald head.
Who? I know you ain't.
Not at all.
Yo, don't let him tell you that he's having problems.
Long as they
I don't know what the thing is with the elder abuse, but it ain't happening in real life.
Stingy.
What?
You stingy, man.
I'm stingy.
Come up off some of that check. You know you getting your SSI, whatever you getting. Come up off some of that, man.
Hey, man. He know when to pay to play. He just ain't out here throwing it out there. But he see that one. Oh,
all right, so now you know when you know when to cut the check, though, right?
Nighters, you pull that black card out and just sit it there, don't you? Get her.
No, I don't like the way mine is saying I'm doing something with some SSI. That's crazy, man.
I'm just saying,
he ain't there yet, bro.
He's there.
Oh, wait, JT, you say he ain't there yet?
No, it's AARP is where we at right now. That's it. That's
JT will never be there, okay? He will never.
Wait, why you say that, Lady Dora?
Look, I got my card.
He's a very young man. He'll never.
He thought you have some.
I don't feel like it sometimes.
That's because you're genetic.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let me get my Kevin Hart shit. What you mean, JT? I'll never be there.
He'll look at him. You don't know why he'll never be there. Look at him. The fact that I didn't even know he was past 50. I mean, he'll never get there.
JT, in my lifetime, shout out to Mott for feeling the way you feel. In my lifetime, she can't get it done. I spend more money on my cologne than I spend on the.
You hear this? You hear how stingy this nigga is?
I spend more money on the cologne than I spend on the.
Got on mutt.
He saved from the Bay. Yeah.
I'm talking about the pippies. What type of hat is that? A night?
I don't know. I'm confused. I'm lost.
Ain't it a stingy
brand? You ain't got no dog, man.
What?
Ain't got no dog hat?
Yeah, we can call it a dog. You shout out to Tom and Jerry. When Tom and Jerry brought his three cousins in, you know, to handle that business. Yes, sir.
Isn't it a stingy brand fedora?
Yeah. Listen, let's not tell JT, but I'll tell you this. I'll mumble some stuff in somebody's ear real quietly, and she going.
Hey, man, you ain't got the dog, man. Come on.
Hey, Trey. I'll mumble some stuff. Listen.
Man, stop playing, man. I gotta.
Do you know how to bend that thing and twist it like this? Home?
What's your job, coach? Keep it real.
Hey, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how the evening go. If they treat you right, then I'll hold it down for you.
All right, here we go, right here, y'all. Let me
What
show
up,
y'all.
Ma? What's going on, boy?
Hey man, I'm chilling. I can't complain.
Shit.
So with you.
All right, y'all ready?
Shit.
Here we go. Listen
Can't
to
call
this.
it.
Today is the day. You're giving birth.
I'm giving birth. And you know, it was so strange because, you know, at the end of your special,
Yeah.
I said, now I'm saying it funny,
Yeah.
Will's getting old.
Get the hot flashes. You're cold. You're hot. You got the window open during the winter time. They're cold. They're like, can you turn down the air conditioner? Is literally,
Okay.
you know what I
Now
mean?
that makes-
So
now
there's
that makes sense.
right. There's things that can happen that could be like, babe, go, let's hook up your room. I'm gonna hook up mine, and then we meet in the middle. You know,
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. If you're dealing with menopause, I can totally understand.
Yeah, shout out to that. I was married 24 years, and she always arched that thing up to me and, you know, put some warmth up against a brother's thighs. So I don't know what you talking about, a week or something, 7 days or something.
No, I mean, you got some people that just they've slept with each other 20, 30 years.
Putting it in that box.
Yeah.
You know, like I worked so hard to dismantle all the romanticism, and I just want to love Will as he is, right? I don't want to put him in any boxes, and I don't want to be put in a box. And let me tell you, it's been beautiful. It's been beautiful.
What does that beauty look like for
Yeah.
you day in and day out? So are y'all living together?
It's just this beautiful connection. We will.
Look at that.
Not right now.
But you will.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's
Why do
yeah.
you say that with such clarity?
Because that's what it's gonna be.
That's where it's headed.
Yeah.
And you both
know.
are on that page.
Yeah, and you know, but right.
On that, right? And I think Edelman is making the point that I can't judge her based on the Bible if she doesn't subscribe to the Bible.
That's bullshit.
No, that's
bullshit.
I think, no, it makes perfect sense.
Because
How?
I didn't even find the blood of the Bible, dog.
Gee, let's let Mont, how?
How? That's a good question, right? Because Edelman is not going to judge a Muslim. He's not going to judge a Muslim like, yo, man, you need to come over here to get some of this Bible, bro. Like that Quran shit, like that shit is wrong, bro. You need to get some of this.
Yeah, that's why we be having these circular ass conversations, dog. We just asked. It was already asked in one way, then it was asked another way. Just simple morality. Take all that other shit out of there.
So cool. So
is she wrong? Is she wrong for? First of all, how you doing? How you doing tonight?
What up,
What's going on?
Good, good, good.
Blanco?
Yo, listen. are you saying she's wrong for sleeping with him because she happens to be the mentor, or because the man was sick? Which one? Which one?
No.
Which one
This
was
what we
sick? Okay.
Poppy Blanco. This
Okay.
what we.
And what makes it worse? Hold on. What makes it worse is that was her son's friend.
Yes.
Yeah,
There's just so
I
many
know.
different dynamics where you can just be like, it was just wrong on all levels.
To me, it's the part that homeboy he got like a mental issue in being that he's her son best friend. That would be.
We got 15 people in the building. Let's make sure y'all done hit the like button. What's happening with you, E Deep? If you have not subscribed to the channel, please subscribe to the channel. We got 191 people in 1 month. I need 500 people to subscribe to the channel before, what's this? This is March, April. Before May. I need 500 people before May. Make sure you hit the like button, like, comment, and subscribe, and let's have a conversation. You dig? Let me see. Let me come back over here. And let's talk to Miss Candace Owens. With her fine ass. Shout out to that beautiful black woman. Wait. Let's make sure we get it on the stage. Let's talk to this fine ass black woman.
Ended, it just became more modernized. Now the slavery is ideological by telling us that we have to essentially think only in terms of one party line, and we constantly help them. Our communities are an absolute disaster. We've gotten nothing in return. So we're still the slaves that are doing free work and the masters are benefiting. Today, and you're a conservative, you
According to Miss Owens, African Americans are slaves to the Democratic Party, some extremely controversial political ideas which have appealed to radicals around the world.
Slavery never really ended, it just became more modernized. Now the slavery is ideological by telling us that we have to essentially think only in terms of one party line, and we constantly help them. Our communities are an absolute disaster. We've gotten nothing in return. So we're still the slaves that are doing free.
Again, shout out to Candace Owens with her fine ass, because I think Candace Owens is beautiful. Y'all may hate her because of her political views, but she's a baddie to me, respectfully. Let's move forward.
Picture. As we're going through this story, I want you to keep this one simple question in the back of your mind. When was the last slave freed in America?
1865.
at the end of the Civil War. Everyone knows that. That's probably the second easiest elementary school history question I could possibly think of. Well, okay, if you want to get technical about it, it was after the 13th Amendment, which was a few months after the war ended. Is this some kind of trick question where you're going to claim something abstract like shift work is actually a continuation of slavery? No. Traditional chattel slavery. Juneteenth, final answer. Still wrong. Is this going to be another hour-long Knowing Better video about how something we thought ended a century ago actually didn't?
Yeah, let me make sure I'm not muted. Yeah, we're gonna skip past the cartoons and the blah 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 to get to the fucking conversation. What is No Chaser saying? Candace, let me put it on screen. 1865. You're talking about Claude Anderson and the treaty between them Native Americans. Candace is a slave to her ignorance. Don't change the fact she's bad than a motherfucker. I think Candace is beautiful.
Actually, I was taught what I'm going to be calling the standard American history myth. Throughout all of my years of education, including college twice, the story had barely changed between the 1990s and 2010s. And then I taught that same myth to the next generation of students. Since I'm going to be spending the rest of this video dismantling this story, and at least some of my audience isn't American, it's probably a good idea to make sure we're all on the same page. As you can see, I have a brand new ish TV, so I can show you video clips whenever I want. Now, I found this video from an online university that sums up what most of us have been taught and therefore believe about American history. Let me just, US history in 4 minutes or less. America was founded when a group of Protestant Christians fleeing religious persecution in Europe made the harrowing journey across the Atlantic Ocean and landed at Plymouth Rock. These pilgrims had a feast with the Indians to celebrate their cooperation, and that became the holiday of Thanksgiving. Over the next few decades, several other British colonies were founded on the American continent, and in 1776, they all declared their independence from the king over the issue of taxation.
Let's not just skip over that and rush all that shit and cram it into one thing. Those pilgrims, if we want to call them that, came over here on ships and were dying from plague, disease, and water and other things. They didn't know what the fuck they was doing on them ships. They came here dying. And then the people that were here, those loving, beautiful people, taught them how to farm, taught them how to survive, pushed them to thrive, work out, and get stronger, and put them in a healthier place. And then they want to hit y'all with the smallpox and blankets. No, they just deleted them people. They deleted the very beautiful, loving people that brought them back from dealing with scurvy and blah, blah, blah. So that was the Native Americans and the Pilgrims. I think they jumped from that all the way to let's listen.
Without representation.
Oh, they jumped from that to the Boston Tea Party. Let's listen to this man cram all this shit into one thing. Let's go.
After the Revolutionary War had been won, the Founding Fathers wrote the Constitution, a freedom-loving liberty document which guaranteed that all men were created equal. There's one glaring hypocrisy with that statement, though, the fact that...
Yeah, shout out to the 3/5 of a human being that they never looked at as a man. Why they said all men are created equal.
slavery existed in America. How could the founding fathers believe in equality while many of them were also slave owners? Well, many of them knew that this peculiar institution was morally wrong and thought that the practice would naturally die out on its own. But just to be sure, they put a clause in the Constitution saying that the importation of new slaves would end in 1808. None of the founding fathers could have predicted the cotton gin, though, which suddenly made slavery much more profitable and all but guaranteed it would continue for another century. Throughout the 1800s, abolitionists like Frederick Douglass fought to end the practice, and in 1860, Abraham Lincoln was elected on that very platform. In order to protect their rights as states and keep their taxes from increasing, several southern states decided to break away from the Union and form their own country known as the Confederacy. From 1861 to 1865, America fought the bloodiest war in its history, and in the end, the Union was preserved and 4 million Black people were freed from bondage. It's a common misconception that Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves, but the Emancipation Proclamation only applied to areas in active rebellion, meaning the Confederate States. There was no way to enforce that without
The Emancipation Proclamation was just them saying publicly, you guys are free. And for another 2 years, motherfuckers didn't know they was free. Shout out to Stanshi. Let me put this link out here so I can get some people up here. Let me get some people up here. Oh shit, I think Stanshi is out there. Let me pin said link. Or let me talk like Stanley. Let me pin said link to the top. Motherfucker, son. Let's have a conversation, son. Evidently, you don't get it, son. Let me try this one more again. I'm fucking up somehow. I probably shouldn't. Paste. Let's see what's going on right now. Refresh. Let me see. Pin. Okay. Let's do this right here. It's only one way to come into the layer, and that would be like this, motherfucker. There's only one way to come into the layer, and that's with this.
Come on in.
Plan, it's always a treat when players leave.
My guy, motherfucking No Chaser. How you doing, beautiful?
Yo, mic check 1 2 1 2.
Yeah. You good. Let's bring up the man in question.
Come on in.
Plan, it's always a treat when players leave.
Good morning,
Church, man. Church.
What's going on?
What's up, man?
What's happening with you? The first person I want to hear from is my brother, No Chaser. No Chaser, what's going on with you, my guy?
Man, I'm just chilling, man. Mic check. Am I good?
You good. You good.
All right, for sure, man. What's good, everybody? No, man, I'm just listening in. I ain't got nothing special to say, feel me?
I'm waiting for Stanley Cross to come up here. Let's have a conversation, motherfucker.
Motherfucker. But can I say something real quick though? OG.
Stanley Cross disagrees. So come on, Stanley.
OG
Come on up
Niners.
here.
Can I say something real quick?
Yes, sir. Yes, please do.
This is what I grew up on in school. The information you presented right now, that video, this is what I grew up on learning. So if it's something that's wrong about it, I would like to know about it. But other than that, I'm just here like, yeah, I'm just trying to have a conversation, man.
Well, let's get into it then. Let's get involved. No problemo. Yeah.
Invading, and the northern slave states were unaffected. So this didn't really do much. In reality, it wasn't the great emancipator, but the 13th Amendment, ratified 8 months after his assassination, that abolished slavery. Reconstruction lasted from 1865 to 1877 and was marked
8 months after the assassination of Abraham Lincoln. This statement was made and they went along with it. Now let's go to this.
by a period of relative peace since federal troops were stationed in the South to guarantee the rights of the recently freed slaves. After Reconstruction ended, though, things got pretty dark pretty fast. Within a decade, black codes had been passed in every southern state, and many of them required literacy tests and poll taxes to vote. This is the beginning of Jim Crow, an era where black people had to sit at the back of the bus and drink out of separate water fountains.
And I think we should never talk about slavery. I think when it comes to reparations, we should focus specifically on integration and these fucking black codes right here.
Oh, okay.
They even had separate schools for white kids and black kids. That lasted until 1954 when the Supreme Court decided to desegregate.
1954 is 16 years before I was born. So I don't have to talk about slavery. I can talk about 16 years before I was born. The black codes, the redistricting, the redlining, all of that shit. That's where the fuck I want my reparations monies from.
Wait, hold on. Time out.
Public school.
Before you start the video, from 1964 to let's say to 19, feel me, I was born in 1991, so
no,
let's
1954 to, I want to go 1970.
No, well, I'm saying we still had riots though after that, not only with white people, but with the Hispanics too.
Yeah.
So 91 is when I was born.
Riots, shit. If we talk about riots, you're gonna talk about Rodney King and fucking
yeah.
So that's 90. When was Rodney King was like 91, 92. So yeah. Listen, we've been
I'm saying 10 years after that.
What they try to say is that we never revolted. We've revolted since the beginning.
Yeah. Okay.
So Rodney King was a revolt. Oscar Grant was a revolt. Philando Castile was a revolt.
Yeah, Fernando.
What's his name that got kneeled on the neck?
Goddamn.
What's his name? I don't like when I have these brain farts.
Me neither, bro.
What's the nigga that the
Yeah,
whole world shut down for? The meth head that had the knee on his neck.
Yeah, okay.
George Floyd.
George Floyd. Yeah, George Floyd.
Yeah.
Yo, he
We
crazy, bro.
constantly revolt. And at the end of it, after we tear up every motherfucking thing, we don't really get nothing education wise, or facilities or money. And that's the thing. We got to stop burning up shit and actually get some tangible physical things that's directly connected to the black community. I like things that are educate men and be able to put them in the positions where they can work. So it's about giving a man education instead of giving him a fish. You teach him how to fish. Taking these young people, giving them opportunity. So all you build.
But hold on though. We don't know what to do. That's why the young people out here, when we start doing these protests, the young people start tearing up the malls, nigga, bipping, all that extra stuff, bro. The young people start acting first because they see what we watching, nigga, on Channel 5 News, nigga. The young niggas is already outside, nigga, bipping and breaking in the malls and shit. So it's like that's where we're at. We don't know what to do. We not going to these student council meetings and to the city hall meetings, voting in our cities. We're not doing none of that.
Nah, truth be told, is only time you see the young niggas doing that is when the casualty happened that people feel like it's wrong. Other than that, you don't see.
Damn shame that I don't like saying your name. I'm just gonna call you E. That your motherfucking mic be fucked up like that. That motherfucker.
Yeah, your mic.
P-box.
The mic is crazy.
All right, I'm gonna plug on my other mic, man. If I'm too loud, let me know, bro. All right.
You're not too loud. That shit just is.
No, I'm saying my other mic that I'm about to plug in. Let me know if I'm too loud, bro.
The other mic he's about to plug in. Like I said, I agree with what No Chaser is saying. But listen.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Is that too loud or y'all good?
No. The new mic sounds homosexual.
I don't know what the fuck that means. I do not know what that means. Is that better? Hold on. Do that sound better? That sound better?
Yeah, a whole lot better.
Yeah,
that first mic was definitely that first mic was George Michaels.
Oh man, go ahead, man. Well, y'all, that was weird.
Yeah,
that was homosexual.
That first mic was gay as shit. Respectfully. That first mic was Miami Vice, to be honest with you.
Miami Vice.
The nigga is showing his taco meat, his chest hers. I don't never want to see a nigga chest hers. Ever.
Yo, this nigga died is out of line.
Stop playing with me, bro.
Yo, he crazy, bro.
Listen. Keep your chest hers to yourself. You want to show some chest hers? Wait. No. I don't want to say the last part.
No, E is cool, man.
E shallow. Show the bitch your chest hairs. I don't want to see your chest hers.
Yeah, whatever, man. You cutting up, bro. You cutting up, bro.
Why would a nigga ever come up here and show off his taco meat? Why would it? No.
Yeah, he on that East Coast. That's the East Coast energy.
That's that Midwest energy, bro. Dog, fuck that. Nah, just chill out, man.
Midwest. I just don't never want to see a nigga from I think
Chicago.
Shallow said he from Chi-Town. Don't ever show your taco meat off, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Chill out, bro.
You wear a V-neck, and I don't never want to see your chest hers. nigga.
All right, man.
Yeah.
I got it fixed, man. Do I
That's
sound
crazy.
better, man?
Yeah.
As long as I sound better,
Yeah,
man.
yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes.
You cool, dog.
All that extra shit.
And listen, and you gotta respect the oldest YN telling you what the fuck it is, nigga. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's have a conversation, damn it.
Oh, Nardis, you lucky, man. I
Come
respect
up
your
on this
old ass.
stage. We talking
Look,
about
I respect your old
1954.
ass, man.
Yeah,
I'll
we
shit.
talking about
I'll put your ass in the
1954.
oven and bake
We
the
talking
shit out
about
your
Yeah,
ass.
we talking about
1954. You come up here
1954, my
showing
nigga.
off your chest curves.
But
No,
this is
we're not doing that.
okay. We talking about 1954, but this is the same shit I was taught in school, though. That's what I came up here and said in the beginning. Everything that y'all talking about, I mean, everything in that presentation is
Hey,
everything that I was taught in
let me
school.
say this to you, Chess Hers. Real
Chest
eyes.
hers. Real lies, real lies.
Listen what I'm saying to you. Real eyes
Real lies.
realize
Real
real
lies.
eyes.
Yeah, of course,
Feel
but
me?
of
Yeah,
course
hell
it was.
yeah.
I mean, but we having a conversation though about it, right?
Schools with the Brown v. Board of Education decision.
Let's
This
go.
began the civil rights movement, which gave rise to leaders like Martin Luther King, who said we should judge each other not by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. With the passage of the Civil Rights
Hello.
Act of 1964, Jim Crow and segregation were over, and America had finally swept away the last vestiges of racism in the country. We even elected a black man as president
Hell no.
twice. So the next time someone tells you that America is a racist country
Nigga,
with
what?
racism in our DNA, hopefully now you'll know better.
We don't know better. Do y'all think that America is no longer a racist country?
Hell no.
That's false. Because niggas is racist as hell.
Far from it. Yeah, far from it.
Especially when a dude named E. Shallow come up here trying to
Shut
show
the
off
fuck
his
up, Knight.
chest.
Knight, man, can you stop picking on me, cuz? Like, for real, cuz.
All right.
Like,
All right, blood. All right, blood.
No, I'm from Chicago. We say cuz anyway.
Nah.
Like, it's
No,
not
I
no
dropped the
pimping.
rates. I dropped the
No,
rates.
that's a
All right,
family
blood.
thing. That's Texas too.
You don't know
That's
who
a
listening,
family
bro.
thing.
Don't say that. Like, I don't know who listening. You don't want to drop the race or drop the 5. You know what I'm saying? Just be careful, man. I ain't
Yeah,
trying
I'm
to say
not
it
a
'cause
BD I'm not a BD or a VL.
I ain't no
Shout to
Crip
the
or no
Vice Lords.
blood.
No. I'm
Yeah,
from
shout out to the GDs.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Feel
shout
me?
out to the whole gang
Yeah,
members.
yeah.
Yeah. But we know for a fact we didn't see E. Shallow come up here and try to show off his chest hers and be naked in a robe and
Yeah, I definitely can't. You want me to come up shirtless right now, nigga? What's
no,
up?
don't
Nah,
do
wait. Time
All right, then
out.
stop
Nah, we
tempting
cool,
me, bro.
man. We chilling.
Nidus, stop. Nidus, you're tempting me,
Yo,
bro.
I'm not tempting a damn thing. That's
You is tempting me, bro.
man, what? Yo,
He's tempting me. Ah, boy, pull my shirt up and go live in this motherfucker.
nah, G.
No, Chaser, listen to this freaky ass nigga talking about I want to
Nah,
show
not
my
you tempting me.
I want to show
That's
my arm
crazy.
shoulders. No, nigga, keep
It's
all
not
that.
for him. It's for the females in the
Wait,
chat, man. It's not for him. It's for the
wait
females.
a minute. I wanna put my shoulders on the internet, nigga. You tempting me.
Not your shoulder.
Like, no, you're not. I'm chilling, bro.
Hey, listen, y'all.
Yo, you crazy for that, my G.
If this nigga come up here and show his shoulders off, I'm gonna drop.
Yeah, I'm leaving. I'm out of here. I'm sorry,
Don't put your shoulders on the internet.
Yeah, I'm cool.
What's the nigga name?
You got me, cuz.
T.I.
You got me. Yeah, shoulder lean. Yeah, that's T.I.
Yeah.
I shout out to that
Hell
song,
no.
but I ain't fucking with it like that.
Nah, I ain't showing no shoulders,
On
man.
some
I
real
don't even got no goddamn chest hair. That's the crazy part.
Yeah. Shout out to the nigga. What's that nigga name on T.I.? Damn, that's crazy work.
What are you talking about, man?
The nigga that made the song Shoulder Lean.
That was Oh, that was Young Dro. That was Young Dro.
Yeah, shout out Young Dro. But yo showed up that I never lean in a motherfucking layer. I don't never want to see a bitch ass nigga's shoulders ever in my life.
At all.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
At all. At
I don't
all.
blame you.
Let's move forward.
Let's move forward.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
No Less Better, author of You Learned Everything You Need to Know About History in Elementary School for Better University. Thank you for watching. To help keep Knowing Better videos free, subscribe to our Patreon page at Patreon. I don't apologize for that, nor do you actually want an apology.
Wait. You want to say something about the statement that he made?
No, I thought that was the end of the video. He kind of tricked me. I ain't gonna lie to you. He got
No,
me.
it's more to the video than what he just said right there. He was just done with
I see.
that.
Yeah, my part. My
Yeah,
bad.
yeah. Let's move.
Pardon my body.
Let's move forward.
That was hilarious. You're probably familiar with most of what was said in that video. You might have picked out a small inaccuracy here or there, but for the most part, that was the story you learned as a kid and the one you likely still believe. I know that because that was the story I was taught and the story I then taught to others almost 2 decades later. It's also the story fake YouTube universities continue to push to this day. Yes, that was a PragerU parody. Just about every sentence was paraphrased from one of their videos. And they're usually pushing the message that your kids are learning something different and scary.
I was spared the life-sapping, negative messages about America that are crippling a generation of young people. These ideas are poison.
As a social studies
What the
teacher,
fuck?
I can assure you that no K-12 student is being taught that America is a racist country or was founded on racist ideals. And they're certainly not learning critical race theory because
That's true.
Of course not, but they teaching them in other ways. They don't have to say those exact words, but they gonna teach them in another way.
Yeah, they teaching them slaves came through the slave trade and all that shit. Yeah,
They not even
shit
going
good.
through them historical stories. They not even teaching them about Martin Luther King and all that.
No, they
After
teaching
all
them
that
that shit
nigga is,
too.
yeah, but they teaching them that he a cheater now too, so it's over. We don't have no history. Ain't no Juneteenth, none of that shit, nigga. Nowadays, it's over. Go to Amazon and go to what's it called? They not really celebrating that shit like Cinco de Mayo.
But now, yeah, that
It's
shit,
a wrap.
it's crazy, man. Nowadays, bro. That's what I'm saying. That's why I came up here because this is exactly what I was taught in school. When I heard certain things about like 1776 and all this shit, I'm like, man, let me come up here, man, real quick. It's just the same shit I was taught in school, man.
Yeah, they told niggas to hold Lincoln down because he the one that voted for slaves. And when you
Yeah.
research it, yeah, he didn't really give a fuck about slaves type shit. So where we are today, voting for Obama and all that shit. That's just crazy.
Go ahead, man. What you got to say about this shit, OG?
Nothing. He ain't got shit to say about it. He want the young niggas to go at it, talking about what we
Yeah,
had
but
learned.
I already know that shit was a fucking farce.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I'm from the IE. They taught us about Martin Luther
Wait, what's
King.
the
I only
IE?
knew
Wait, hold on. What's the IE?
the Inland Empire. So Nadish from
Okay.
San Francisco. I'm from like south of LA type shit, San Diego type shit. So
okay.
we were taught Martin Luther King and
I'm
all that
from
shit,
Oakland,
but
California. The
He from Oakland, though.
I am not from no motherfucking San Francisco. Why y'all
San
keep
Francisco.
No, but I'm from
Well, that's
Chicago. I'm from Chicago, so it's like it shouldn't make a difference. Like as long
I'm
as
from
we was,
Oakland,
if we was
California.
taught the
The
same damn
DPs.
thing, and we
When
can
I was
damn
younger, I went to Lockwood Elementary, which is between 65th and 69th Village. I went to school with Lil Durrell. Lil Durrell was one of the kingpins of Oakland. What the fuck
I
y'all?
don't know who Lil Durrell is.
nigga, I'm just saying, I'm a little nigga from IE. I'm just saying from my perspective, nigga, Y'all niggas up
33
there
years old. You
from
talking about
San
Lil Durrell? Who was
Francisco.
Lil Durrell?
I don't know who Lil Durrell is.
Lil
That's what I'm
Durrell
saying.
probably old Durrell right
Nigga, I
now.
know who Dr.
Again,
Dre and Snoop Dogg, nigga, Eazy-E.
Right.
I'm from Oakland, California. I am not from wherever the fuck he just said.
I'm just saying, you talking about Lil Durrell. Lil Durrell probably old Durrell right now.
That nigga old, nigga. That nigga old as fuck. Hell
But
yeah.
if you type in his name in Oakland, California, you'll see the difference between you. Just because you shake ass and show chest hairs.
Oh, nah. Here we go.
Right. That's what they do, bro.
Nah,
They
ain't
try to-
nobody showing no chest hairs either. You go crazy right now.
I don't
Yeah,
got
you
no chest
tripping.
hairs. Niggas trying to treat
Nigga, I'm from the West Coast, nigga. I don't do that shit.
Bitch, I'm
Them
30
niggas,
years. I know.
them niggas from the East Coast might shake their
Talking my
ass.
shit. Talking my shit.
Niggas from the West Coast, they don't shake their ass. So
Nah. I got a feeling this nigga from Chicago is saying whatever else, but somebody else up here, I got a feeling.
oh, I don't know about Chicago. Chicago gonna have to speak for themselves.
Durk is. I know who Lil Durk is. I know who King Von is. I know who Lil Bibby is. I know who.
Yeah. So you're
Yeah, King Von got smoked by a small time nigga though.
No, you're saying if you was around King Von. No. Let's have a conversation, baby girl.
No.
Damn, that's a whole nother conversation.
If you was
That's a
around
whole
King
nother
Von,
conversation. That's a whole nother conversation, though, Lord. Like, come on now.
Lord, listen, if you was around King Von, would you talk this tough?
Man, trust me.
Nigga,
You don't know who the fuck I know, bro. That's the crazy part. You
That's
don't know
not
who I
the
know.
question. The question was, if you was around King Von,
Let
would
me tell you something. Let me tell you something, OG. I'm under the fin. Even though King Von didn't rock with
you would
them, he
hide
was.
out. You know you would hide.
No. I guarantee you.
You would never get in front of King. No, we don't have a conversation, nigga.
Finish. No, I
You
couldn't
would
even
never
finish.
get in front of King Von and talk about your chest hairs and your thigh muscles.
Not your chest hairs,
The
though.
fact that I
It's
knew
crazy.
who he knew, the fact that he would respect me out of everybody because
He
his
would-
family,
he would
his
respect
family
your
involved.
chest hairs.
Cause
He
nigga,
would
I know-
respect your chest
nigga,
hairs.
You tripping, bro? You tripping, man?
Yeah,
you don't know
that's
what you
crazy.
talking about, bro.
No, we talking about a
what you're talking
specific
about,
thing because you brought it up. You said niggas respect these chest hairs. These
Nah, I ain't say niggas
these
respect the
thighs.
chest.
No, nigga. You said niggas respect your thigh muscles and your chest hairs.
That's crazy.
Subject.
Come on, OG, don't do me like that, man. I ain't say that, man. I ain't say that. I said, man, we talking about reputation, cuz. And I'm saying cuz because I'm from Chicago, because y'all know in
Yeah,
Chicago,
but
we say
cuz
cuz
is a
all
West
the
Coast
time.
thing to me. That's why I'm kind of drawing the blank.
I understand that, but in
And
Chicago,
on
y'all
the West,
we've
let's
been
talk
saying
about it.
cuz.
I'm
We've
from
been saying
Northern
cuz.
California, so we
We've
don't
been saying cuz.
we don't engage in the cuz and blood. Because where I'm from, we call everybody cuz. Where I'm from, we call
That's where
everybody
y'all
blood.
from, but I'm trying to
We
tell y'all
call
where I'm from,
everybody
bro. I'm
family.
trying to tell y'all, man. It's a difference,
Yeah.
man.
We don't
In
do the
Chicago.
blood cuz thing in Oakland.
No, we don't do that shit in Chicago either. Either you loc or you folks. And then everybody call each other cuz and the honeys, bro. The
So
wild
why you
honeys.
come up here talking about your chest hairs and your thighs?
I ain't talking about my
What
chest
nigga-
hairs, nigga. I've been saying cuz since the beginning, cuz.
Yeah,
I've been
when he
saying
walked
cuz
in,
for
he
the
was
minute.
like, cuz.
I've been saying cuz for the minute, bro. Like, that's how I talk, man. You gotta understand. I'm from the
Yeah, but
honeys,
that
bro.
remind
The
me of
wild
Texas
honeys.
too, though. When you
You gotta
say
understand.
cuz.
I'm from the wild hunters, bro. Like we say
Not
cuz,
the
bro.
wild hunt. So you from the same place, Corey? Let's move forward. Let's not.
I'm from the same
Not
place.
Hogan.
Fucking never mind. Let me shut up. Let me shut up.
Yeah. Let's move forward.
Let me
Respect.
shut up, dude. Because I ain't trying to put too much on people, man.
Let's get back to this Latino right here talking about niggas.
If you stray from that standard story, you'll have an angry parent on the phone by the afternoon, and you'll be talking to your superintendent by the end of the week. Before you assume anything, that did not happen to me. I 100% believed that version of American history the entire time I worked in a classroom. and honestly, for years afterward. But that general story, the standard myth that America was founded on freedom, slavery ended after the Civil War, and segregation lasted until Martin Luther King, doesn't really explain the current state of racial inequality and leaves a lot more questions than answers. I mean, if Black people have been free for 150 years, why is there still so much inequality? Why haven't they caught up yet? You can come at this from multiple different angles. Why do they perform worse in school? Why do they make less money? Why are they convicted of more crime? Why aren't they elected to office at a rate more proportional? The point is, you're never given an answer to these questions. You're left to make it up on your own. If America is the land of equality and some people just can't seem to do well, there must be something inherently different about that group of people specifically that prevents them from succeeding. Most Americans are never taught that maybe the system itself is rigged against them. But even more than that, they never learned that the fundamental...
Why wouldn't you think that the system itself is rigged against you?
That's a good question.
What system?
That's a good question. That's a good ass question.
What system though? I mean, we
The
want to
system,
diagnose.
the system of inequality. The system of inequality. That's what he's saying, bro.
Yeah, the system of equality, but we want to know who run the system. We're not really diagnosing it to who's the mastermind.
Do you give a fuck
really
about who
behind
runs
this
the system, or do you give a fuck about succeeding within the system?
Niggas don't know what the fuck we want to do. We just know that somebody controlling the shit. Let's go after them right now.
I swear to God,
Let's
bro.
go
I swear
get
to
that
God,
nigga.
I swear to
Because of
God, I
him,
wish we
let's
could.
get him now.
That's a different conversation, though. That's a different
I know.
conversation, though.
Yeah.
That's a different
We don't know
conversation.
what the fuck to think. We just know that
I
it's
swear to
chaos
God.
around this type of motherfucker. Let's get him now. That's it. We don't know what the fuck to think. We don't know who to put, feel me, for the leader and shit. We don't know. Nightish the leader. All right, what we do?
Nightish the leader.
Nightish, you the leader. Now what we do?
Get his ass. We gonna get
Yeah,
his
get
fucking
his ass.
ass.
Yeah.
We
He
already
the
know
problem.
you
Yeah.
too.
No. If
Yeah,
I'm the
you're in
leader,
California
if I'm
too.
the
We're
leader,
gonna fucking smash your
if
ass.
I'm a leader, I would create a new baby boom, and a bunch of you niggas would have kids and shit. That'll make
Nah, hell no.
nah.
That's not gonna work like this.
Nah, hell no. You gonna try to put extra kids on us and shit? Like, hell no.
That's not
All
how it
you
works,
niggas would have
bro.
at least 4 kids. It would be
You
mad.
too, then. You be an old ass nigga. With 4 more kids, Nightish. No, hell no.
Yeah. I'll make sure all you niggas is out here fucking on butterface bitches. All you niggas would have at least
Nah, see what I
Come
mean?
on, man. Come on, dog.
No. Shout out to the dogs and all that shit. I make sure that definitely E Shallow. I would make sure E Shallow have at least 4 kids, all daughters. That's the kind of nigga that nigga is. He have 4 daughters, and everybody else will have sons. So yeah, it wouldn't be no question about what she gonna do in a young age, and you gonna have some grandkids. I don't believe in that whole I'm in my 20s, I'm soiling my oats. No, you in your 20s and 30s fucking on them bitches to get them pregnant. You're not trying to do nothing else but skeet in a bitch and make her have a family. Yeah. Now
You
what?
talking about back then?
No,
You talking about back then?
No, now what? E Shallow.
Nah, you trying to set
You
up
talking
E.
about back then?
You trying to set up E to be a
okay.
Nick Cannon ass nigga.
Yeah, you talking about some
Yeah,
back then shit, bro.
Yeah,
What
you
I'm
Nick
saying-
Cannon.
What I'm saying, E
Weirdo,
Shallow is that E Shallow would have 3 kids, and they have probably fucking triplets and shit.
Nigga, I
Damn.
would have probably escaped with my goddamn children, bro. You
No,
tripping, bro.
nigga. I'm saying that
Yeah,
every
but how
time
many
you,
children though? You feel me?
no,
I don't give a fuck if it was 2.
no.
Nigga,
E
I don't give a fuck
Shallow.
if it was 2.
E
I'm
Shallow.
gone.
No, E Shallow. I'm saying every bitch you bust in gonna have a child.
Nigga, I
It
ain't
ain't
busting
Damn,
every
that's a lot
bitch,
of
though.
bitches.
I
It
ain't
ain't gonna
busting
be
that.
no
That's what I'm
misses,
saying. Like
nigga.
he trying to make it seem like I'm
No,
busting
it ain't
in a
gonna be
lot
no
of bitches
misses.
and shit. Man,
We
get
gonna
your
have a
goofy.
bunch of fucking 5 in the morning ass niggas in a
Damn.
fucking boys. Yeah. All the niggas gonna be here for the. You know, you gonna have like shit. You gonna E Shallow.
How many? Nigga, right? Exactly.
No. If E Shallow get a bitch that have two fucking
Two. Okay,
twins,
two.
both but
Twin.
every time you bust off in the bitch, she gonna have twins.
Yeah, you fertile, nigga.
Man, now you putting
Yeah,
all type of
two. They go
circumstances on the goddamn situation.
E Shallow. Both.
Goddamn weirdo,
Listen,
you a
no,
weirdo, bro. You putting circumstances on the
E Shallow.
situation, bro. Come
No,
on,
it's a
man.
blessing. It's a blessing.
Yeah,
That
E
ain't no
Shallow.
blessing. I
E
gotta
Shallow.
goddamn run away with
You gonna have two
twins.
sets of twins. You gonna
I
have
gotta
two
run
sets.
away with
No,
twins, bro. That's crazy.
E
So I
Shallow.
gotta
You gonna have two sets of twins, and them niggas ain't gonna have no respect for you at all. They gonna always want to punch you in your face.
Oh, damn.
that shit dead, cuz. That shit dead.
They gonna
That shit
say,
dead.
"Daddy." No. They gonna say, "Daddy, I thought you was a tough nigga. You was out in the street," and they gonna punch you in your shit and see what it's really
Nigga,
about.
I'ma turn to Harriet Tubman quick as fuck, bro.
You gonna
Fuck
turn
you
to
talking
Harriet
about?
Tubman is crazy.
I don't know what that
I'm
means.
gonna get the
I don't
fuck
know
up
what that
out of
means.
there, bro. Got me fucked up, bro.
Nah, she didn't get up out of there, man. She stayed right there in that seat. She
Man,
didn't
I
go
understand
nowhere.
that, but I ain't gonna stay too long, though.
Wait,
That's my problem.
respectfully.
That's the
No,
problem.
E Shallow. E Shallow. No,
I
E
ain't gonna
Shallow.
stay
Let
too
me talk to
long, man.
1 second, y'all. Let me talk to E Shallow. E
Can you call
Shallow.
me E, man? Can you just call me E?
No, E Shallow. She like to lay. She like to lay in a wet spot. So you're not gonna get rid of this bitch because she
Yo,
don't have
not
to
laying the west spot is crazy.
Not the west spot. Not the west spot. Damn,
Yes, sir.
Yo, how did we get here?
I don't know, man. But
This
if it
is
was
the
my
sounds of
twins,
love making. Are
I'm
you a
running away.
zodiac queen like
I'm running
Tyrese
away with
did?
them babies in
E
my hand,
Shallow.
both
E
hands, bro.
Shallow. You gonna have
Damn.
You
twins?
catch
No,
me, you gotta kill me and my
No, this
babies,
nigga
bro. My
lying up here.
mama.
E
I'm
Shallow.
not
You
lying,
gonna have.
nigga. What the fuck are you talking about?
Let's have a conversation. E
Let's have a
Shallow.
conversation.
You gonna have twin girls
In my hands.
Yeah. They gonna yeah.
And I'm
They gonna
running
be like
away.
their mama. They don't mind lying in the west
They gonna
spot.
have to kill me.
No, they're not gonna
Damn.
kill you. They're gonna make sure you're
They gonna
alive.
have to kill me, cuz. They gonna
No,
have to
they
kill me.
not.
Yes,
Nah,
they is. They gonna
man.
have to
Wait, hold
kill
on.
me
Time out,
and
Nadish.
keep
Hold
the
on.
baby alive. That's
Hold
what they
on,
gonna have to
Nadish,
do.
real quick. Hold
Fuck
on,
is you
Nadish, real
talking
quick.
about?
Wait, are you a dark skinned nigga too? You a dark
Nah,
skinned
hell
nigga
no.
too?
I'm a caramel ass nigga, bro.
Man,
You
he
see my
lying. And then he a
no
dark nigga.
look at my avatar, bro. That's the same color I am, bro. I'm a caramel
Yeah.
ass
No
nigga, bro.
matter what you saying, I know for a fact they take the bottle and just skeet that shit across their face. And listen, you definitely gonna have
Highly
some.
disrespectful.
No. No, I'm not being disrespectful at all. I'm saying that
Nah, hold on.
have
Hold on, G.
son. That's gonna be twins, and they're gonna be freaky ass niggas like you that show their chest hairs off.
All right, I don't know about the chest hair part.
See what I'm saying? Like how my twins get grown so goddamn fast? Like what the hell are you talking about?
Wait, how the twins get chest hairs already?
I'm running away with my damn twins. If y'all catch me, you gotta kill me and then take the goddamn twins. Is what I'm
Yo,
saying.
his twins got chest hairs already,
gotta
though.
kill.
Y'all gotta listen, bro.
You
Yo,
gotta kill me, nigga.
dead.
You gotta
I'm
kill me
dead.
first, and
No,
then
E
take my
Shallow, you
twins
gotta
alive.
live. E Shallow, you gotta live so you can see these little freaky ass niggas.
That's
And
not
I'm
the point. You talking
Yeah,
about some
you gotta stay.
slavery ass shit, bro? No, you
No,
talking about some
no, we
slavery
talking
ass.
about biblical. Niggas live 1,000 years, bro. So you gotta live to
Man,
see
y'all
this
ass
shit.
tripping, bro. Y'all, nah, I
Yeah.
ain't trying to live to
So
see that shit,
this
bro.
is the thing. We gonna have E
Wild as
Shallow
hell.
have twins that wear V-neck silk shirts to show off they taco meat, and for
I don't know
sure
about no V-neck though.
they're
That's
gonna
He
drink.
crazy.
wilding out, bro.
No. They're
You
gonna be,
wilding on the V-neck
they're
part,
gonna be
right?
strong. Listen, they're gonna be strong.
That
But they
boneless
take
On
the
the
ass
best.
V-neck?
t-shirt, bro.
Oh no,
Yeah,
hell
yeah,
no.
You talking
yeah.
about a boneless
They take
ass
the
t-shirt, bro? Come on, man.
no. They take the best.
Stop it,
No.
cuz.
They're gonna be healthy. They're gonna take the best of black women's fucking cholesterol and areola
I don't know what
milk.
the hell you talking about,
Yeah,
bro. I
yeah.
don't know what the hell you
Your
talking
kids gonna take that fucking titty milk up until they like 2 years old.
about. Yeah,
And
whatever.
that
They're
shit's
gonna
sweet
be some
too.
strong ass. They're gonna be some strong ass.
How you know it's sweet, cuz?
Hey
Yeah,
man, don't ask me all that, bro. I just know. I just know. Feel me? I just know it's sweet. Feel me?
You know? How you know titty milk sweet, cuz?
I
why do you
confirm, my
think titty
nigga.
milk is bitter though? That's crazy.
I never thought
That
about
is
it. I never,
crazy. Nigga, what? Nigga?
I
You
never
a
thought
dark
about it.
skinned nigga. I could tell, bro,
Dog,
cause nah, hell
bitch,
nah, bro.
nigga, listen to
You
me, bro.
had to have tried.
Man,
Listen to me. No, you had to have tried. That's crazy. You ain't tried that
I
one
want
time.
to talk. I
I
want
tried
to talk
titty
to
milk,
one
bro.
of
It
these
wasn't.
beautiful black queens that's in the chat. Is your titty milk like harsh, like whiskey, or is that shit like meditation vibes? It's like
Man, is
Bro,
that
I
shit
tried
like
titty
almond
milk on
milk,
the
man?
I tried titty milk on accident, bro. You understand me?
Nigga. Yeah,
it was
but you didn't disapprove though.
I did. It's like, what the fuck is
No.
this? I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Nigga, that shit was sugar free.
Nah, I
Oh,
instantly
you tripping?
disengaged. Nah, I swear to God, I instantly disengaged from that goddamn titty.
Damn.
On
That's
my mama, I
crazy.
instantly
listen. All I
disengaged.
want from the titty milk is to be like pseudo pasteurized and getting all the nutrients that a strong man needs in order to be out here in these YouTube streets.
Yo, I don't know who the fuck is in the chat. Y'all need to try that titty milk, man. I don't know what this nigga E talking about. Get that titty milk, yo.
Shallow is up here trying to run away from his son being like a Jason
y'all sound
Statham
like
ass
my
nigga.
nigga damn.
Yo, y'all better
Black
get
Bear.
that titty milk,
You should
bro.
want your
That shit
son to
Y'all
natural.
sound like
You
Black
should
Bear.
want your son to be Charles Bronson or Clint Eastwood, not
Man,
motherfucking
what?
Statham.
Man, y'all got me fucked up thinking I'm gonna drink titty milk with my goddamn cereal. You got me fucked
Yeah,
up.
Dead ass.
sir.
Oh,
Yes,
Are
sir.
you
you
dead
dead ass. You got
ass?
me fucked.
Yes,
You
sir.
got me
Oh,
fucked
hell
up.
no. He
Listen,
tripping.
listen.
Nigga,
Jason,
Milk
what?
with the cereal is
no.
crazy.
I'm talking about with the Reese's cereal, though, too.
Bro,
Nigga,
you
what?
wildin'.
No, this
Okay.
nigga, this
You
nigga name
wildin',
is
cuz.
Jason Statham.
Yo, what?
You want your
wildin',
kid?
man.
No, you don't want your kid to be pussy like that. You want your kid to be hit motherfuckers with locks and socks and shit. You don't want your kid to be at the school getting bullied.
Yeah, your kid definitely getting bullied, man.
Just because
He
they
ain't
ain't
off the
drinking
titty milk.
Come
No,
on,
Yeah,
man.
because
Y'all
yeah,
is
he off that
wildin'.
Similac.
you came up here trying to hide your chest hairs.
Oh,
Shut the
shit.
fuck up, man.
Niggas scared of showing chest
Shut the
hairs, bro.
fuck up.
What the fuck is your son doing?
Damn.
Your son is embarrassed by his daddy chest hairs.
Hey,
That's
nice.
crazy.
Oh, hell no.
I know that you know damn well that's not what I was trying to portray, bro. Come on, man. You know damn well
Yo.
that's not what I was trying to portray.
A nigga come up here embarrassed by his chest hairs is crazy. I definitely
That's crazy.
YouTube. I wouldn't run away from it. The fact that you light skinned and scared of letting
And
people
then you light skinned too?
I'm not
Oh,
light skinned,
man.
bro. I'm
Damn.
caramel. I'm caramel,
That's
man.
light skinned, brother. You
No,
like
it's not.
nightish. Nigga, you light skinned like that nigga, bro. It's
that
over,
nigga,
bro.
that nigga night is lighter than me. Oh my
But I ain't
mama, he
scared.
lighter than me.
But I'm not scared. But I'm
Nah,
not
that's
scared
a
to say to my no, we're not doing this.
no. That's
scared
a
to say
skin.
my-
Hold on, nightish. That's the skin
Oh,
pigmentation. No, he not light
We got a
skinned.
skin off right now.
No,
We got a skin off
no,
right
that's a
now.
pigmentation, man. That's just a flaw, not
This
disguise.
nigga lighter than
Nah,
me, bro.
Heard a
I
man say
guarantee.
somebody's skin off.
no, this nigga dark skinned,
We
bro.
got
I'm
a
trying to
skin
tell
off,
you.
bro.
This
I'm not
nigga
dark
Nidus
skin.
is the darkest
Nigga,
skinned nigga I know, bro. I'm trying to tell y'all. Y'all ain't gonna never hear that again, bro, from
This
nobody.
nigga, he's
From no
shallow.
chaser
He's
nigga.
trying to run away from the fact that he want to show his light skin taco meat off. To when
Right,
he
you want to be so caramel, nigga.
I'm
Oh
caramel,
shit.
bro. Fuck all that
Nah,
nigga.
that
right now, to be honest.
Fuck all that, bro. I ain't trying to. Hell nah.
Calm down, nigga.
Fuck is you talking about, nigga? I know my race.
That's the lightest I've ever
Nigga.
heard in my life.
No.
Dark
A nigga
skin.
that want to be caramel?
Nah, fuck
Oh
what you
no,
talking about,
no.
nigga.
He's shallow. We
I'm
want to
sorry,
see.
bro.
We see you trying to make it seem like you in hell licking your lips with the red.
Licking his lips and all that. Oh, that's crazy.
Stop it, Op. Stop it,
Strange.
Op.
That nigga strange, man.
Stop
I
it,
need it.
Op.
Damn.
I'm finna make a fucking avatar of a light skinned nigga in a fucking red candle.
That's
avatar
cool.
licking his lips. This shit is
No,
weird.
no.
This thing is weird.
Oh shit.
Listen to what I'm saying.
No, please, no.
When it comes to my race, we got dark skin, we got
Nah,
caramel.
nigga,
Nah,
white
don't add
skin.
us into no.
No,
Oh
Chase,
my God, I can't stand y'all
drop
niggas,
a
bro.
nigga
I can't stand y'all, bro.
Yo, bro, if you look your list, bro, you got red lips, bro. That's crazy,
I
bro.
can't stand y'all niggas, bro. I can't stand y'all.
Damn, bro.
Y'all niggas
They already
fucked up,
said
bro.
the dark skin delegation, bro. It's a wrap, bro.
I'm uncomfortable with the way you doing the thing you're doing with that red candle
Yo,
behind you.
with the red light district type shit. No, nigga.
How weird as fuck, bro.
Oh
Y'all
shit.
got me want to calm down. Like, fuck,
Nigga, no,
Dog.
calm down, nigga.
Yeah. You said you from the Wild Hundreds?
Of course, nigga. What you
Nah,
mean?
he's Chicago. That's Chicago.
Wild Hunters, nigga. Yeah, Wild Hunters, Chicago, nigga. South Side, nigga.
Nigga dropping rakes and licking
No,
his
I
lips.
ain't dropping.
I'm
I ain't dropping no race, bro.
This
I'm
nigga,
uncomfortable, BD.
Cause where I'm from, them niggas was
On
fucking
King
lokes.
David. On King David, I'm
on King
uncomfortable.
David.
See, that's how I know y'all know what y'all talking about. Where I'm from, my niggas was lokes. They was
No, hold
basically
on.
insane. They
On
was
King
insane GDs, so
David.
they ain't gonna drop no GDs. But what I was a stone, but they still respected me and the people that came around the hood because I was still a part of the hood.
Peace Stone?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Oh,
On
well.
King David.
Ain't no
On
King
King David
David
and
shit. King David, no, nigga, that's Jeff Ford, nigga. You got the wrong dude. Stupid ass. Stupid
Nigga, it's the
ass.
same nigga, bro.
No, it's he thought it's the same nigga. No, it's not.
They
bro.
still dug up a nigga grave, like
Nigga,
it's still the same. They still dug up a nigga grave. It's still the same shit.
APPSN, bro. Y'all know what it is, man. Y'all know what it is. But
Yeah,
I
on
ain't trying to represent
on
that shit.
King. No. Shallow. On King David, cut that shit out.
King David is BD, nigga.
Oh, so you a
Nah,
vice lord?
Yeah, yeah,
Nigga,
vice
I just
lord.
told you I'm all
okay,
real. I'm a stone.
Yeah, shout out to GD.
I'm not a stone. I used to be a stone.
How
I
you used
denounced
to
all
be a
that shit.
stone?
I denounced all that shit, bro. Y'all just don't
Man,
know, bro.
hell no. You know you get benefits.
I
I
ain't
don't
get no
know how you
benefits. I
denounce it.
swear to God, I wish I
That
did
nigga
get
don't
benefits
get
off
no
that shit.
benefits. He up here showing
Nigga, what?
Nah.
You
Respect.
get benefits, all that, nigga. Why you? Hell no.
Hey, my boy.
Vice lords, but
I
why
wish I
is y'all
did get
guy up here
benefits.
showing off his chest
Nigga
hairs?
on GD.
I swear to God, I wish I
No
did get
vice lords
benefits
can
off
show
that
off
shit.
his chest hairs.
Man, whatever, dog. Yeah, I don't know what y'all talking about, man.
This nigga constantly take his shirt off.
Man, you right. You right.
You want me to take my shirt off now?
Please don't.
No, it was
then stop
already bad
asking
when
me
you
to.
was looking like
Stop asking me to,
D'Angelo,
then.
nigga.
Do you remember that shit?
Yeah.
When that
How
nigga went, and
does
he,
it feel?
that nigga showed his V. What nigga what?
Does it feel?
And I got my dead bod, and I got my dead bod thing going on. So y'all be fucking mad, bro.
7 cent. You heard that? What's
Have it your way. That's the only way you desire.
Dicey
whatever.
Bun. What?
Keep on trying to
Want me
roast. Keep on trying to roast.
truly, baby. No, nigga, you done took your shirt off.
No, that shit was fire. That shit was fire.
I want to see you take your shirt off, nigga, and see
Yeah,
what
you
you
done
look like.
took your shirt off.
Nigga, I got a dad bod. You ain't shit. Ain't no shame in my game, nigga.
How
Your
does it
dad
feel,
bod ain't better
nigga?
than mine.
It feels
Nigga, I got a dad bod, nigga. It's over for me. Beer belly, all that shit, nigga. I drink
Yeah, you got a beer
Modelo.
belly. See,
I
I
don't
don't even
give
got
a
a beer
shit
belly.
what
I still got a
Sin
nice
says.
I
body.
drink Modelo and
I
four
don't give a
locos,
shit what
nigga, and the
Sin
OE,
says.
nigga. It's a wrap.
Nightish
All
cooked. He
I'm
ain't got no
saying is
dead
that I
bod. He
feel
got a
uncomfortable with a nigga bare chest to
he
talk
got
about
a
how does it feel, nigga. I'm
he
a
got a
Nigga,
Dungeons and
how
Dragons body.
does it
Look,
feel?
hey, Nightish got a Dungeons
Yeah.
and Dragon body. Dungeons and Dragons body. That's what he got.
okay, so let's talk about it. I'm positive that E Deep got pterodactyl arms. His arms
I
not
swear to
long
God,
enough.
on my mama, I swear to
Yeah,
God,
nigga, let's
on
talk
my
about
mama,
it.
I don't got
Your
no. I
arms
swear
are
to God,
not
I don't
long
got no.
enough
This
to
nigga.
get
God,
on the
God,
floor.
God, I don't got no
Hey,
cacao arms. Oh God, I don't got no cacao arms. I swear to God.
I know you got short arms and big hips like a fucking
I
Garofalo.
swear to God, on my mama, I don't got no cacao arms.
You
I
got
swear to
This
God.
short
nigga
arms
said, cacao.
like a Garofalo, nigga.
On my mama, I swear to God, I don't got no cacao arms.
Velociraptor.
Yeah,
I
you a
swear to
Yeah,
God.
velociraptor, nigga.
I swear to
All
God.
you can do is get upset for the fact you can't reach what you need to reach
The
when
funny
another
part is,
dinosaur gets
Nightish, I
past
don't got
you.
no angel wings on my
Yeah,
arms, bro. I
yeah.
don't got no
Let's
angel
keep it
wings
right
on
here.
God. Let's keep it right here, nigga. I swear to, nigga, I can show you right now, nigga. I don't got no
I
angel
don't want to
wings,
see
nigga.
none of the freaky
no,
shit
Look
you
at
don't.
this. Look at my arm
nigga.
right now. Look, this
This
ain't no
nigga
angel
turned
wings,
back
We
on the
nigga.
don't
red
want to
light
see
Look
none
at
of the
district.
my
freaky.
arm, bro. Look at my
We do
arm. Look at
not.
this. This is my.
We
This
do
is the
This
not.
back
nigga
of my.
turned right
We
back on the
do
red light
not want to
district.
see none of the freaky shit you want to show us, nigga.
Y'all got me
Nigga,
fucked up.
what?
You told me I got cacao arms, bro. You got me fucked up, bro.
Cacao.
No, this is all I'm saying. You got a lot of hair on your arms.
Man,
You got peanut allergies. You got
That's
nigga, you
crazy.
projecting. You're
you got
projecting.
no, nigga,
Yo,
let me finish.
where
You
did
got
peanut
projecting.
allergies come from, though?
I swear to
you got
God,
big
he
thumbs.
projecting. He projecting.
No, nigga. You got big thumbs, right? Big thumbs, peanut
No,
allergy. You
nigga, look at
Now
my
you know you got
thumbs.
big thumbs, though.
cosplay being.
Look at my thumbs. It's normal
Hold on,
size.
but you know they're not average, my G. You
Nigga,
know
my
they're not
hands is
average.
average. Look at my hands. Look at
No,
this.
your hand,
It's,
brother.
Nobody's looking. If any
Your
nigga look
hands is above average, my but no hell no.
oh my God, y'all
any
wild as
nigga,
hell,
Yeah,
bro.
nobody got creases like that, my
Y'all
G.
weird. Y'all weird
if
as hell
any
because I
nigga
played
come up here looking
basketball,
Oh,
at
now
bro.
it's
I played
y'all. Look,
basketball.
Nightish, now it's y'all.
I played
if any
basketball,
nigga,
bro.
That's
if any
crazy.
nigga come up here looking at this nigga thumbs, I'm blocking your bitch ass.
Hey, Nightish, you're a fool.
Yo, put a one in the chat. This nigga nostrils is his thumbs is rhinoceros. Put a
His
one in the
Come
chat
on,
if
put a
his
man.
one
You
in
thumbs
the
is
weird
chat.
as
You
rhinoceros.
know, put a
You
one in the
being
chat.
weird
You
as
know that
hell,
the nigga
bro.
E Shallow got
I
big
got normal
thumbs.
size hands
And
because
a
I
peanut.
played
No.
basketball.
Put a one in the chat. This
You see
nigga got
that?
big thumbs and a
This
peanut
is
allergy.
basketball thumbs right here.
This nigga
Not
Basketball
will.
peanut
thumbs.
allergy.
This nigga will suffocate if he eats a peanut. One in the chat if you got big thumbs and a peanut allergy.
Yeah,
Yo,
whatever.
two in the
I
chat.
definitely got no
Yo,
peanut. I
two in the
love
chat if
peanuts.
you think that nigga can palm a basketball. That nigga is above
On my
average.
mama, I
Not at
can palm a
all.
basketball.
That nigga
On
walk
my mama, I
around.
can palm a
I'm
basketball.
positive that E Shallow walks like a fucking what's that nigga
Nigga, I'm
name?
6'1", and I
Yeah,
play
and I'm
center.
positive you walk
You
like
know what's
fucking Spike Lee. You walk like Spike Lee, nigga.
you know what's weird? When I was playing
Nigga,
basketball, they put
Spike
me at
Lee
the
is
center because how
5'5".
good I was at the center, and I'm only 6'1".
I'm
God
saying
damn,
this
stop
is
playing
short.
with me.
I'm saying
Stop
this.
playing
I'm
with me,
saying this
cuz.
is short, light skinned nigga walk like Spike Lee. And if y'all like that, I'm blocking you. And I'm also saying
Yeah,
that
do what y'all need
he
to do
like
to
this-
man and make y'all
No,
self look
I'm
better,
also
bro.
saying that he got a peanut allergy and he'll live with a
Yo,
bitch.
peanut allergy is crazy.
I'll say I'm positive this
Sad,
nigga
bro.
eats respectfully. I'm positive this
Respectfully.
nigga eats shallow, eats fucking Go-Gurts, Lunchables, and motherfucking
Nope.
yeah, yeah.
Nope.
And
Nope.
some bitches let him live with her
Nope.
right now. That nigga
Now
do
you're
not have
lying.
permanent residency.
Come
He
on with
does
something
not
Yo,
have
you don't
new.
eat nobody's. Wait, hold on, time out.
Come
You
on
don't
with
eat
something
nobody's
new, bro.
Go-Gurt?
I don't even like yogurt. Come on now.
No,
Yo,
Stop
the
it.
go. Wait, time out, bro. Time out. Nidus. You trying to tell me, bro, if a Go-Gurt, bro, and you know about California, bro. So you
Come
telling
on,
me
dog.
right now, bro, if a Go-Gurt was in the freezer, bro, that shit was perfectly
No, I
frozen,
would
you wouldn't
never
eat
eat
that
it. No,
shit?
I don't eat. I don't know.
Oh
I
my
don't.
god.
I
Hey,
don't,
listen,
bro.
I'm finna
being-
calm down so more
This
people can
nigga
Nigga, you
lying like
never
a
cammed
motherfucker,
up.
bro.
But
You never
I'm saying,
cammed up. Tell me so
what
calm
I'm
down.
yeah, what I'm saying is that this nigga's a weirdo. He used to get noogies and wedgies and get
Whatever,
thrown in
bro.
fucking
Whatever,
lockers.
bro.
Yeah.
Fucking the
And his
weirdo.
and his thumbs is big as shit.
Yeah, so you know I'm gonna stick it up your girl's ass.
That's crazy.
That's crazy, but shout
Fuck
out
is
to
you
her.
talking about? Straight
If
up
you
your
want a
girl's
big-
ass. I'm gonna
if you want
thumb
a
the
big-
shit out your bitch.
If she want a big thumb, shout out to her though. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
she
calm down.
want a
Damn.
big dick too. Oh, goddamn. Fuck you talking about?
That's crazy.
Oh, hey, yo.
You sound
Just
like
saying,
the type
like,
of nigga.
you know, sense
No,
we on now.
respectfully.
Hey.
You sound like the type of nigga that'll lick it before you stick it.
No, I'll definitely lick the asshole before I stick it on
Oh,
mama.
Oh, there you
On
go.
my
Hello.
mama. Y'all gotta
Look
know who
out.
y'all
Good
fucking with,
morning.
man.
Hey, listen.
Boy,
I
I
want
rub
to say
that
this to
rim
the
up
chat.
so quick.
You
I'll
do
rub
not
that
have to.
rim.
No,
I'll
chat
rub that.
channel that's listening to this. You don't have to go too far to make
See what I'm
them
doing?
feel comfortable.
See what I'm doing?
Yeah. We see
Rubbing
what
that
you're doing.
rim. I'm rubbing that
She be
rim.
good. Everything
Exactly.
you
She
doing,
like
should be
that shit
behind the
too.
table. Everything you doing
That's
is be behind
crazy
the
work.
wall. I would never say
don't
what
know.
you just said a minute ago. I don't want to see the golden child lick ass for a couple. That's crazy, nigga.
So y'all not grown enough. You older than me. You ain't never ate no ass, dog. Shut the fuck up, man. I don't want to hear that shit.
You
ate
doubled
ass
down on it, so you said you.
Hell yeah, I'm gonna double down on I ate ass before, nigga.
Shout out to the ass eaters.
Thank you. Shout out to the ass eaters. I'm a proud ass eater. Any female that want to ass, no, not any female, but like, yeah, just like, you know, if you worthy enough to get your ass ate. Yeah.
Shout out to this nigga that's a brown noser. He can't wait to I mean, this shit is crazy. Why y'all allowing it?
How is it crazy when you know y'all act like y'all never ate ass before? Y'all wild as hell.
I've never licked a pussy and somehow end up in a trash can. But you
Never
saying you
said that.
live in a trash. You saying you live in a trash can and you trying to make a statement?
The problem is y'all won't never admit to it, but y'all ate ass before. Stop
No,
lying. That's
sir. No, sir.
All right, I can't get no real niggas on this panel. Any real niggas want to join the panel and say that they ate ass before? Any real niggas?
Night is my mic good?
Your
Yes,
mic sound kind of
yeah.
scratchy. Yeah, it
Yeah,
sounds
that's
kind of
good.
scratchy. It sounds
This
kind of scratchy.
nigga, this nigga that's trying to defend the motherfucking what he got fucking big thumbs and he like anime and he want a bitch that's cosplaying a motherfucking what you call that shit?
Nah. Time out. Hold on.
Now your mic sound better. Yeah.
I want to make sure my mic good though. Yeah, night.
You good. You good.
No. That's
good.
not normal.
Your mic is good, but this
That's
nigga is
good.
in love with a sucky
Eating
bitch.
ass is not good. No,
Bro, I
no.
swear to God, if
Okay,
y'all
my
don't grow
mic
the
is
fuck
good.
up,
Go.
if y'all
No,
don't grow the
no.
fuck up,
Don't make it seem like. Stop it. Don't make it seem like it's normal for niggas from California eat ass. No,
I'm not
no,
saying
sir.
that. I'm not saying. I'm just saying that just
No,
as a
sir.
man, as a
You
man.
gotta be special,
Man,
freaky,
whatever, dog. Y'all is wild, bro.
a
Y'all act like y'all
freaky
never.
man.
I could tell you ate
Oh
ass
no,
before. You trying
good.
to hide it. You trying to hide it, cuz I already know
No,
you trying to
no,
hide it.
no, no. Hell no.
On my mama, I
I'll
can tell
tell
you
you what
trying to
I
hide
ain't.
it. You ate
And
ass
that's
before,
what's
cuz.
crazy. Because the only freaky ass man up here is you. You the one up here talking about you believe in what you called it?
What?
What's the name of it? You just gave the name of what Miami Vice was doing. With,
I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
no, you do know what I'm talking about. You's a freaky nigga that shows your chest hairs off, talking about throwing up rakes and all this other shit.
No, I ain't. You said that. I said we don't do all that shit. I already told you I don't do all that shit.
No, I ask you what you're. Listen, a lot of women say they'll choose the bear over the man, but we brought up the Bay and we brought up Detroit, and we talk about freaky shit, and you jumped in front of everybody to show off whatever weird ass shit you into.
No, you're lying.
You don't
You're
want to
lying.
see no
You're
RuPaul
lying.
shit.
Now
You don't
you
want to see no
mixing the
RuPaul.
conversation up. You mixing the conversation up. But it's cool. That's what people do online. Go ahead. Continue on with your little freaky ass endeavors. I eat ass. So what, bro? So what? Go ahead, man. Go ahead. Yeah, play the video.
Premise of that question, that slavery ended 150 years ago, is incorrect. I'm not talking about the prison industrial complex or unpaid internships. I'm talking about ball and chain chattel slavery. If the standard American history myth that we all grew up hearing is wrong, when was the last slave freed in America? Okay, we don't need a second title card. I don't know why it did that. Before we can get to your first guess, the Civil War, it's important to talk about the political and societal situation leading into it and correct several misconceptions. Firstly, America was not founded by the Pilgrims, nor were they fleeing any kind of religious persecution, but clearing up that specific myth is a story for another time. Jamestown, Virginia was the first permanent British colony in America, founded in 1607. If you watched my Company Towns video, you're familiar with this place. It was a tobacco plantation that began to use slave labor after a workers' strike in 1619. This is why the 1619 Project marks this as the beginning of America, because it kind of is. The Mayflower didn't happen until 1620. The Pilgrims had no intention of founding a new country, and the Thanksgiving part didn't get added to the story until way later. But again, another time. For decades, the various colonies in America existed as somewhat mixed communities. There were free white people, a few free black people, white indentured servants, black indentured servants, and slaves who were either black or Native American. That lasted until Bacon's Rebellion in 1676, when most of these groups rebelled against the ruling class because they wanted to expand further west. This was 100 years before independence. The colonies were ruled by the same aristocracy that existed in Britain, and in response to the uprising, they decided that the best way to keep the rabble in line was to divide and conquer. In the years that followed, Virginia passed a number of slave codes that stripped all black people of any rights. By 1705, there were basically no free or indentured black people in Virginia. They were no longer considered citizens. They couldn't own property, guns, or employ a white person. This will be a recurring theme going forward. The laws in America were used to force black people into an underclass. Over the next 2 centuries, the rich white landowners of the South, including many of the founding fathers, relied on slave labor to keep their economy going. And at this point, slavery was still legal in every northern colony as well. In 1769, Charles Stuart traveled with his slave, James Somerset, from Massachusetts to England. They lived there for a few years until Somerset tried to escape and was imprisoned. In 1772, his case was heard by Lord Mansfield, the Chief Justice of the King's Bench, who determined,
"The state of slavery is of such a nature that it is incapable of being introduced on any reasons, moral or political, but only by positive law. It is so odious that nothing can be suffered to support it but positive law. Whatever inconveniences therefore may follow from the decision, I cannot say this case is allowed or approved by the law of England, and therefore the black must be discharged."
Basically, what he just said is that slavery is an unnatural condition and can only exist if there is a law specifically stating it can exist. That's what he means by positive law. There was no such law in England, therefore slavery cannot exist there. It's unclear who came up with this famous line, but it was said that the air in England was so pure that if an enslaved person were to breathe it in, they would instantly become free. This decision popularized the abolition and anti-slavery movements, which had quietly existed for some time. You know the next part. There's some spilled tea, a few lanterns in a window, Mel Gibson, and eventually recognition of our independence. A few years after that, the founding fathers got together to write the Constitution. There were 55 delegates, so there were disagreements on nearly every issue. Among the noteworthy, there were abolitionists like John Adams.
And the problem is that man was more focused on that bitch. I'm positive he got annoyed with just your voice. That woman that Jay Prince. Let me find out. Let me see some right quick. Let's bring some folks up here right quick. Shout out to No Chaser. No Chaser really comes up on the panel though. Yeah, but he's more upset. We just got through listening to Jay Piss talk about deleting himself because he's a failure and he want to, give all the kids back to the baby mamas that he said had mental issues because they slow. But let's go.
No.
Oh, yes. That's what the fuck he said. Shout out to the guy with the motherfucking tilting fedora. He came up here with his gold chains on to get the ism popping. So let's get to the ism. Let's get the ism popping. We was king.
We was kings!
Yeah.
And slave owners like Thomas Jefferson. As a result, the issue of slavery appears in the Constitution 3 times without ever actually using the word slavery. Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3 states,
"Representatives and direct taxes shall be apportioned among the several states which may be included within this Union, according to their respective numbers, which shall be determined by adding the whole number of free persons, including those bound to service for a term of years, and excluding Indians not taxed, 3/5 of all other persons."
This is the 3/5 compromise, which we all learn about in school. 2 things to note here. First, it doesn't say that Black people are only worth 3/5 of a person. It just says that 3/5 of the total number shall be counted, which is basically the same thing but worded slightly differently. Secondly, indentured servants still count towards the population. It was just Indians and other persons who are not.
It wasn't the racists of the South who wanted to count slave populations less than white populations. It was the abolitionists of the North.
Not sure why it keeps cutting to stuff. These old CRTs are kind of buggy. Anyway, she is right about that, but why? The 3/5 compromise was a way for the Southern states to increase their representation in Congress and the Electoral College. If they had their way, they would have counted all of the people that they themselves did not consider to be citizens. That way they could artificially inflate their national political power. The North would have preferred to count none of them, because if they're not voting and they don't have any rights, who exactly are you representing? The second clause of the Constitution dealing with slavery is Article 1, Section 9, Clause 1.
"The migration or importation of such persons as any of the states now existing shall think proper to admit, shall not be prohibited by the Congress prior to the year 1808, but a tax or duty may be imposed upon such importation, not exceeding $10 for each person.
I have misunderstood and taught this clause of the Constitution incorrectly for years.
Children, our founding fathers knew that slavery was evil and wrong, and they knew that it would do terrible harm to the nation. Our founders created a system they thought would have slavery end gradually.
Oh God, was that like a kid's video? No, we're not doing this. No more TV. Okay, well, the Founding Fathers did not know that slavery was evil and wrong. Some of them actively participated in it and fought for the various compromises we're learning about right now. They did not create a system that would have it end gradually. This clause of the Constitution does not ban the importation of new slaves. Go back and read it. It basically says, Congress shall make no law abridging the slave trade until 1808, which is exactly what happened. They banned it that year. But the point is, the institution and expansion of slavery was protected by the Constitution for the first 20 years of its existence. The Founding Fathers did not plan for it to end. That's just how it happened to work out. The final mention of I'm actually going to need the TV if we're going to keep doing this. We'll just deal with the random clips, I guess. The final mention of slavery can be found in Article 4, Section 2, Clause 3.
No person held in service or labor in one state, under the laws thereof, escaping into another, shall, in consequence of any law or regulation therein, be discharged from such service or labor, but shall be delivered up on claim of the party to whom such service or labor may be due.
This is the Fugitive Slave Clause, which states that if an enslaved person escapes to a free state, the slave owner can still hunt them down and return them to bondage. Unlike in Britain, in America, breathing free air does not automatically make one free. I just want to point out that the Constitution went out of its way to include a direct response to the Somerset case, stating that those circumstances could never happen here. It's also important to remember that America didn't exist in a vacuum. Things were happening in other countries too. One such country was Haiti, a French colony in the Caribbean which used slave labor to grow its sugar industry until the slaves decided they had enough. They fought for 12 years and gained their independence in 1804. After this successful slave revolt, two things happened. One, America seemed to decide that no matter what, Haiti would be perpetually impoverished. And two, Black people couldn't read anymore. If they found out about Haiti, they might try that here, which is exactly what Nat Turner did in Virginia in 1831, so no more reading. While some states, like South Carolina, banned Black literacy during the colonial era, most Southern states didn't enact similar laws until the 1820s and 30s, when the abolition movement was really gaining steam. As a result, we have very few first-hand accounts of slavery written by the actual slaves themselves. Most of their stories are lost to history. Britain abolished slavery in its overseas territories in 1833, and while it's fun to play alternate history and wonder if that would have included America had the revolution failed, there's no way to know for sure. But this did include Canada, which meant that the Underground Railroad finally had a real destination. When Frederick Douglass escaped to New York City in 1838, he was still subject to the Fugitive Slave Clause and could be legally recaptured at any moment. Rather than continue on to Canada, he decided to become one of the country's most prominent abolitionists.
So, you're trying to work for change inside of the American system.
Precisely, Layla. Our system is wonderful, and the Constitution is a glorious liberty document.
Oh no, I forgot we were on the kids one. This is PragerU portraying Frederick Douglass as one of the good ones for working within the system to get slavery abolished, which immediately falls apart when you remember that we had to fight a war. I can't take any more of the kids one. Let me change the channel.
The movement's leader, William Lloyd Garrison, burned the Constitution at his July 4th speeches. In Garrison's view, it legally protected slavery and was therefore irredeemable. But Douglass came to reject that. He believed that the Constitution was fundamentally opposed to slavery. Interpreted as it ought to be interpreted, Douglass said, the Constitution is a glorious liberty document.
There's that line again, glorious liberty document. Personally, I find William Lloyd Garrison's argument to be a bit more compelling, especially considering those three clauses we just went over that exclusively protected slavery. But that line actually comes from a speech Douglass gave in 1852 titled, "What to the Slave is the 4th of July?"
What to the American slave is your 4th July? I answer, a day that reveals to him more than all other days in the year the gross injustice and cruelty to which he is the constant victim. To him, your celebration is a sham, your boasted liberty, an unholy license, your national greatness, swelling vanity. Your sounds of rejoicing are empty and
Frederick
heartless.
Douglass.
Your denunciations
What
of
was we
tyrants,
learned about
brass-fronted
that in school?
impotence. Your shouts of liberty and equality, hollow mockery. Your prayers and hymns, your sermons and thanksgivings, with all your religious parade and solemnity, are to him mere bombast, fraud, deception, impunity, and hypocrisy. A thin veil to cover up crimes which would disgrace a nation of savages. There is not a nation on the earth guilty of practices more shocking and bloody than are the people of these United States at this very hour.
Well, that's rather scathing, but not the line I was looking for.
In that instrument, I hold there is neither warrant, license, nor sanction of the hateful thing, but interpret it as it ought to be interpreted. The Constitution is a glorious liberty document. Read its preamble. Consider its purpose. Is slavery among them? Let me ask, if the Constitution were intended to be, by its framers and adopters, a slave-holding instrument, why neither slavery, slave-holding, nor slave can anywhere be found in it?
I mean, just because it doesn't use the word slave doesn't mean he's basically making the Somerset argument. Since the Constitution doesn't include a positive law allowing for the institution of slavery, it shouldn't exist. But it did. So look, I'm just a former high school teacher turned YouTuber. What do I know? What did the Supreme Court have to say on the matter? They're the ones who are supposed to interpret the Constitution and figure out the framers' original intent. Throughout the 1840s and 50s, Dred Scott sued his owner for his freedom multiple times. He stated that since he had been brought to the free state of Wisconsin, he was now legally free. Again, referencing the Somerset case. The lower courts went back and forth on the matter until it reached the Supreme Court in 1857. I want you to stop for a moment and remember back to what you were taught about this case. How was the decision framed to you? Did they decide that he was free or that he was a slave? Here's the actual opinion from Chief Justice Taney.
In the opinion of the court, the legislation and histories of the times, and the language used in the Declaration of Independence, show that neither the class of persons who had been imported as slaves nor their descendants, whether they had become free or not, were then acknowledged as part of the people, nor intended to be included in the general words used in that memorable instrument. They had for more than a century before been regarded as beings of an inferior order and altogether unfit to associate with the white race, either in social or political relations, and so far inferior that they had no rights which the white man was bound to respect, and that the Negro might justly and lawfully be reduced to slavery for his benefit. And upon a full and careful consideration of the subject, the court is of the opinion that, upon the facts stated in the plea in abatement, Dred Scott was not a citizen of Missouri within the meaning of the Constitution of the United States, and not entitled as such to sue in its courts.
So again, was Dred Scott a free man or a slave? The answer was neither. He's not a citizen, so who cares? Black people had no rights to which the white man was bound to respect. The Declaration of Independence was not referring to them. They were not created equal. They are not, have never been, and will never be citizens of the United States. This was the highest court in the land saying that the country's foundational documents never meant to include Black people, and it's phrased as if this is just common sense at the time. In effect, this was the government telling Douglas he was wrong. The Constitution is not a glorious liberty document, at least not for people like him. Just a few years earlier, they passed the Fugitive Slave Act. So not only could slave catchers come get you if you were in the North, but Northerners had to turn you in if they knew you were a runaway. This forced people in the North, including abolitionists, to participate in the slave trade under pain of prosecution. Around this time, we began to see a shift in the way slaves were used. While the majority of them were still in agriculture, usually cotton, sugar, or tobacco, other industries began experimenting with slave labor. In 1850, the Bibb Steam Mill Company, a sawmill in Alabama, owned 27 slaves and leased others from surrounding farms. This is important because this is the beginning of industrial slavery. when corporations owned people rather than just some rich guy on a plantation. Railroads soon got into the mix, and by the beginning of the Civil War, they collectively owned about 20,000 slaves. So, all right, the Civil War, which began after Lincoln's election because the southern states were worried that he was going to possibly end slavery, or at the very least, stop it from expanding west. It's a real bummer that I have to take time out to explain this, but it's important.
Our new government is founded upon exactly the opposite idea. Its foundations are laid, its cornerstone rests upon the great truth that the Negro is not equal to the white man, that slavery, subordination to the superior race, is his natural and normal condition. This, our new government, is the first in the history of the world based upon this great physical, philosophical, and moral truth.
That was the Vice President of the Confederacy saying that this is the first government to be founded on the idea that Black people are subservient to white people. I mean, arguably not, right? Like the United States was. Anyway, the point is, whether they were first or not, the Confederacy was founded specifically to defend the institution of slavery, and every state that seceded made sure to mention that as they left. At first, Abraham Lincoln had no real intention of freeing the slaves. This war was about preserving the Union.
My paramount object in this struggle is to save the Union, and is not either to save or destroy slavery. If I could save the Union without freeing any slave, I would do it. And if I could save it by freeing all the slaves, I would do it. And if I could save it by freeing some and leaving others alone, I would also do that.
Now, don't get it twisted. Abraham Lincoln was definitely against slavery, but keeping the United States united was more important to him when he wrote that. But for the Confederacy, this war was entirely about slavery from start to finish. The evidence is so clear and overwhelming that it's almost impossible to argue otherwise. Here, I'll prove it to you.
The evidence is clear and overwhelming. Slavery was, by a wide margin, the single most important cause of the Civil War.
Did you think you'd ever actually agree with PragerU? When the various southern states seceded, any factories that were owned by Northerners were confiscated and transferred into Southern hands, and those new owners quickly staffed those mills and furnaces with slave labor. Since all the white men were off fighting, the Civil War caused a dramatic increase in the use of industrial slavery. As soon as the war began, 40 slaves were put into the Sewanee mines, and the Empire State Iron and Coal Company put an ad in the local newspaper looking to hire or buy 100 able-bodied hands. Within a few years, the Shelby Iron Works owned between 350 and 400 slaves. And to cap it all off, in 1863, the Confederate government bought the Briarfield Iron Works in Alabama, which included 9 Black men listed on the inventory under livestock. Just to reiterate that, that's the Confederate government itself owning slaves. Within a few months of the outbreak of the war, the North passed the Confiscation Act of 1861, stating that any escaped slaves who made it to the North were to be considered captured enemy property or contraband of war. While still not viewing them as people, this was at least the end of the Fugitive Slave Act. As the war began to turn in the North's favor, Lincoln entertained the idea of abolishing slavery, but didn't think that the United States could continue to exist as a mixed-race society. So he proposed recolonizing the former slaves to Central America, to a place called Lincolnia. If that sounds familiar, it's because this is the exact same thing President Monroe tried to do with Liberia. This was just a new take on an old idea. This is where Frederick Douglass has the most impact. He convinced Lincoln out of the recolonization plan and into the Emancipation Proclamation, which, as stated earlier, wasn't really enforceable and didn't really do much in terms of freeing anyone. But it did allow the Union Army to enlist Black people. Douglass thought that if the United States saw Black men fighting for their own freedom, there was no way they could deny their citizenship going forward. 2 of his sons ended up enlisting in the 54th Massachusetts. Upon hearing about the Emancipation Proclamation, Jefferson Davis, the president of the Confederacy, issued his own counter-proclamation, saying that any Black soldiers they capture will be returned to a state of slavery or, in practice, executed. The Emancipation Proclamation went into effect on January 1st, 1863. And by the time Lincoln gave the Gettysburg Address 11 months later, the entire purpose of the war had shifted. So many people had died that Lincoln began to wonder if preserving the Union was really worth the human cost. But If he could reframe this war as the fight to free 4 million Black people who were being held in chains, suddenly the death toll doesn't matter as much. The North was already starting to win at this point, but now they had a renewed sense of purpose. Imagine going from putting down a rebellion in a part of the country you don't really care about to ending slavery. In terms of righteous causes, that's even better than fighting for your own freedom. In January 1865, when the 13th Amendment was still being discussed in Congress, General Sherman issued Special Field Order 15. This divided up 400,000 acres of abandoned lands along the Georgia coast to be given to the freedmen, which is what we were calling former slaves. According to the order, each family was to get 40 acres and a mule, and by June of that year, over 40,000 parcels of land had been redistributed. This is reparations. We actually did reparations. But don't get excited. In March 1865, the Bureau of Refugees, Freedmen, and Abandoned Lands was established, more commonly known as the Freedmen's Bureau. Their primary job was to protect the rights of recently freed slaves and help them get their 40 acres. The Civil War ended on April 9th, and when Abraham Lincoln suggested that Black soldiers who fought for the Union should get the vote, John Wilkes Booth decided to kill him. As a result, on April 14th, 1865, Andrew Johnson became president. He was a Southern Democrat who remained loyal to the Union during the war, and Lincoln chose him as VP as a sign of his willingness to reconcile. Johnson also happened to be a raging white supremacist.
This is a country for white men, and by God, as long as I am president, it shall be a government for white men.
Fuck. Within 6 months of his inauguration, he ordered the Freedmen's Bureau to return all of the 40-acre plots that had been distributed back to white ownership. Put another way, he confiscated the land and undid reparations. This was the beginning of presidential reconstruction, which was supposed to be a rapid, lenient restoration of the Union with as few changes to the Constitution as possible. Once the 13th Amendment was ratified, he thought that should be the end of it. Just to recap the timeline here, the war ended in April 1865, the last remnants of the Confederacy surrendered on June 19th, and the 13th Amendment was ratified in December of that year. What do you think happened after that? The freedmen just walked off into the sunset, end of movie, roll credits? Obviously not, right? The South still needed to harvest crops, and they weren't about to let 4 million laborers just go free and do whatever. Many of the freedmen ended up working on the same plantations that used to own them as slaves. The planter class had them sign labor contracts, which often included slave-like conditions. They agreed to be locked in a cell or chained up at night, not leave the property, obey commands, speak in a servile manner, and accept whatever punishment was deemed necessary. Why would anyone sign these? Because Black literacy had been illegal for decades. Most of them couldn't read. By the end of the next year, most of these contracts were dissolved by the occupying Union commanders because it was obvious that the South was just trying to bring back slavery. It was clear to Congress, at least, that much more needed to be done. The Civil Rights Act of 1866 declared all persons born in the United States to be full-fledged citizens, regardless of race or previous condition of servitude. Johnson vetoed the bill, and for the first time ever, Congress voted to override that and push it through anyway. If the wording of that act sounds familiar, that's because it was eventually replaced by the 14th Amendment, which didn't get ratified until 1868. Andrew Johnson denounced the amendment as usurping state authority. The Reconstruction Act of 1867 ended Johnson's plan and began radical Reconstruction, when the former Confederate states were divided up into 5 military districts, each commanded by a general who enforced the law. It also required the new Southern governments to ratify the 14th Amendment. As you probably guessed, Andrew Johnson also vetoed this bill, and again, it was overridden by Congress, and as a result, 38,000 federal troops were stationed in the South, half of whom were Black. And as a further result of this law, the Ku Klux Klan consolidated power and became much more active. The KKK was formed on Christmas Eve 1865, but can trace its origins back to when the Confederate government established militias known as Home Guards to patrol the countryside looking for deserters and runaway slaves. When the war ended, these Home Guards began a guerrilla campaign against Union troops and eventually turned to terrorism. Entire families of freedmen were lynched. The only way the former slaves were going to be guaranteed their safety and freedom was with the presence of tens of thousands of federal troops. During the election of 1868, they stood guard outside of every polling place in the South. With the end of the 3/5 compromise, Southern representation in Congress was about to dramatically increase, so they were required to allow Black men to vote, even though Black people still couldn't vote in most states in the North because the 15th Amendment wouldn't be ratified until 1870.
Federal troops stationed in the South helped secure rights for the newly freed slaves. Hundreds of Black men were elected to Southern state legislatures as Republicans, and 22 Black Republicans served in the U.S. Congress by 1900.
I want you to remember that she stopped counting in 1900. Once you have that locked away, she is right. In 1870, 1,500 Black politicians began serving in state and federal office. Almost all of them were Republicans because it was the party of Lincoln, obviously. Hiram Revels was the first Black U.S. senator, a Republican from Mississippi, believe it or not. That same year, the federal government declared the KKK to be a terrorist organization, and after a riot in South Carolina, President Ulysses S. Grant declared martial law and suspended habeas corpus for any suspected members. This completely destroyed the Ku Klux Klan by 1872. You won't believe what brought them back, but we'll get to that. The presidential election of 1876 split the popular and electoral vote, a situation we're all too familiar with these days. As a result, we ended up with the Compromise of 1877. Southern Democrats, who now held a majority in Congress, would accept Republican Rutherford B. Hayes as president in return for the removal of federal troops from the South. Have you noticed that all of our compromises just end up being concessions to the South? This was the definitive end of Reconstruction. Without federal troops or the Freedmen's Bureau around, white supremacist violence and intimidation was allowed to run wild. But more importantly, Southern governments were free to do whatever they wanted. Immediately after the Civil War and throughout Reconstruction, every Southern state enacted what would later become known as Black Codes. We all learn about these in school, right? But can you actually describe a Black Code? My guess is you probably have this confused with an early form of segregation. They weren't allowed in certain public spaces, interracial marriage was outlawed, that kind of stuff. Or maybe you think this restricted voting or property rights.
With measures like Black Codes, laws that restricted the ability of Blacks to own property and run businesses, and they imposed poll taxes and literacy tests used to subvert Black citizens' right to vote.
Most of that stuff doesn't come along until way later. So what is a Black Code? These were a set of laws written in a colorblind fashion, making it a crime for everyone. But in practice, they were only ever illegal for Black people, which is probably why we don't really learn about these in school. This is somewhat uncomfortable to talk about because we think of the law as neutral. If it says murder is illegal, it's illegal for everyone. But we're not talking about violence or theft here. The Black Codes were basically made up social crimes, most of which were victimless. The most important and egregious one was vagrancy, which is the act of being unemployed, usually defined as when a laborer or servant loiters away his time. Do you see why so many of the recently freed slaves signed labor contracts with their former owners? Many states imposed fines on or made it illegal for Black people to work in any industry other than agriculture or domestic service. So congratulations, you're free to do whatever you want, as long as it's the thing you were already doing as a slave. It was also against the law to quit your job or break a labor contract, which was prosecuted as fraud or false pretenses, as they called it in many states. As a white person, you couldn't hire a freedman without proper discharge paperwork from their previous employer. This meant that as a Black person in the South, you had to have a white person who could speak for you as your employer, or at the very least, former employer. If you didn't have that protection, you ran the risk of being arrested for vagrancy. Since the road system in the South wasn't very robust, if you wanted to get from one place to another, the easiest way was to hop on a freight train, which was illegal without a ticket. The second easiest way was to walk alongside the track, which was trespassing. Gambling, drinking, and even carrying a concealed weapon were crimes for Black people only. That can include anything from a gun to a knife to a razor. Using obscene or offensive language or Talking too loudly in the presence of a white woman was illegal. Remember this?
I'm going to tell them there's an African-American man threatening my life.
This has been going on for over 150 years. White women have always held a special power over black men. Interracial sexual relations were illegal, but only if it was a black man with a white woman, and even then, only the black man was punished. They prosecuted that under miscegenation or adultery, depending on the circumstances. Many states also passed what were called pig laws, elevating what would have been a petty crime to the level of a felony. Stealing a pig worth $1 would get you 5 years in prison. The theft of an 8-cent fence post was enough to get you sentenced to hard labor. And now we're getting to the point, because as soon as these laws were in place, the South began to use the black codes to transition away from slavery and towards convict labor. You probably think I'm talking about chain gangs, but those don't happen until much later. Before the Civil War, the judicial system was exclusively designed for white people. If a black person committed a crime, I'm sorry to say, but it was viewed the same way as your dog committing a crime. They were chattel property, so punishment was left to the owner. Even after the war, prisons were few and far between. Only the worst crimes were punished with jail time. Most of the black codes just involved a fine or hard labor. So these laws weren't designed to put black people behind bars. They were designed to put them to work. The first system I want to talk about is convict leasing. It's one of those things that we all learn about eventually, usually by watching The Shawshank Redemption, which, while being a good example, is also an extremely sanitized one. To truly understand how this scheme played out, we have to let go of all of our modern ideas of how the criminal justice system is supposed to work. At this point in history, police departments barely existed, and even then, only in major cities. Do you know what a notary public is? There's someone entrusted by the government to witness signatures on contracts. You can find them in banks, post offices, grocery stores. Hell, some of you watching this might even be a notary public. Well, back in the day, justices of the peace functioned in the same way. They were innkeepers, tailors, and even plantation owners who adjudicated crime at the county level, which was most crime at this point. It was rare for the state or federal government to get involved. County law enforcement was handled by an elected sheriff, but this was usually just an administrative role. The actual work was done by appointed deputies who could be storekeepers, grocers, and again, plantation owners. Can you figure out what's about to happen here? A sheriff's deputy, a bounty hunter, or sometimes just a random white person would seize a black man walking along a railroad track and take him to the nearest justice of the peace / tavern owner. The justice would invariably find them guilty of something. They would impose a fine or sentence them to hard labor, which basically allowed the government to sell the convict to the highest bidder. In 1866, both Alabama and Texas leased hundreds of their prisoners to railroad companies. Within a few years, Mississippi convicts were back working on cotton plantations, and Tennessee had sent theirs across the border into the mines of Birmingham. By the time Reconstruction ended, every southern state and county had a convict leasing program. They didn't really generate much revenue for the government, but they were seen as a benefit because it saved them from having to pay for housing and food for the prisoners. The main purpose of convict leasing was to keep the southern economy moving with a nearly free labor force. Birmingham, Alabama was founded in 1871 as a steel manufacturing hub for the South, but its origins trace back to when the Confederacy financed the first blast furnaces and put slaves in the various coal mines. This is a natural continuation of the industrial slavery we were talking about earlier. After the war ended, companies like Tennessee Coal, Iron, and Rail switched from leasing slaves from nearby farms to leasing convicts from the government. On March 30th, 1908, Green Cottenham was arrested for riding a freight train without a ticket. When no evidence or witnesses could be produced to support that charge, the judge declared him guilty of vagrancy. He was sentenced to 3 months of hard labor, extended to 6 months and 6 days to cover the court fees. Shelby County, Alabama then leased him to the Tennessee Coal, Iron, and Rail Company, which put him to work on slope number 12 of the Pratt Mines near Birmingham. They paid the county $12 a month for his labor. He died of disease 5 months into his sentence. Tennessee Coal, Iron, and Rail entered into its first convict leasing contract with the state of Alabama in 1888, paying anywhere from $9 to $18 a month, depending on the prisoner. By 1900, there would be over 1,000 convicts working the mines, less than 70 of which were white. It's easy not to care about these people because they're criminals, right? If you don't want to do hard labor, maybe don't commit crimes. But it's worth asking what these people did that got them there. In 1890, Alabama conducted a survey of all the convicts they sent into the Pratt mines. Among the felonies, there were 11 for false pretense, which is quitting your job or breaking a labor contract, 7 for bigamy, 6 for miscegenation, which is interracial sexual relations, 4 for homosexuality, and 2 for illegal voting. Among the misdemeanors, there were 94 for petty theft, 46 for carrying a concealed weapon, 24 for false pretense, 24 for obscene language, 19 for gambling, 13 for selling whiskey, 8 not given, don't worry, we'll come back to that, 7 for vagrancy, 5 for violating a contract with a white employer, 3 for bastardry, and 2 for selling cotton after sunset. Selling cotton after sunset? I thought this was America. How could the time of day affect the legality of the free exchange of goods and services? It didn't. After sunset was code. Whenever you see that, just substitute it with the phrase, for black people. This is how sundown towns worked, because they obviously couldn't pass a law explicitly stating that black people weren't welcome. They had to make it a crime to just do something after sunset. These sunset laws are still on the books in many places. You'll often find them on lists of the weirdest laws from every state. It really changes your perspective when you find out what these crimes actually were. Carrying a razor in your pocket, walking along a railroad, or quitting your job. I've literally done all of those things, and I would never expect to go to prison for them. You probably noticed while going over that list that there weren't any violent crimes. People were being sentenced to hard labor for swearing or gambling. John Clark was convicted of gaming on April 11th, 1903. The usual punishment would have been 10 days of hard labor, but because of court fees, that was extended to 114 days. And he was leased to the Kohlberg mine. He died after 34 days when he was crushed by falling rock. I don't know about you, but I don't think the punishment for rolling dice on the sidewalk should be hard manual labor until death. The Kohlberg mine alone had an annual convict death rate of 30%. But as bad as that sounds, convict leasing was not limited to coal mines. Counties often rented out their prisoners to any farmer or plantation owner who could afford them, which, thanks to this new system, was basically everyone. Slaves used to cost hundreds, even thousands of dollars. They were so expensive that only the richest plantation owners could participate in the trade. But leasing a convict only costs a few bucks a month. Even poor farmers can afford that. And unlike the old days, there was no incentive to keep your black laborer at least somewhat healthy. You could literally just work them to death and then get a new one tomorrow. This isn't just my enlightened historical perspective. The Department of Justice held the same opinion over 100 years ago.
This system is more cruel and inhuman than the slavery of antebellum days. Since then, the master conserved the life and health of the slave for business reasons, just as he did that of his horse or mule. But now the master treated the slave unmercifully, and with the sole object of getting the greatest possible amount of labor out of him. Moreover, a convict costs but a few dollars, while a slave used to cost several hundred.
Here's where I need to introduce another important concept known as debt peonage, which is when a person compels a laborer to work or holds them in servitude to pay off a debt. I know that a lot of you are immediately going to think I'm talking about sharecropping, and I'm not. Just briefly, sharecropping was when a landlord would let a tenant farmer work a piece of their property in exchange for a share of the final crop. While sharecroppers often fell into debt, especially after a bad season, they were still technically free and mostly white. Debt peonage is when you owe me $10 and you're basically my slave until you pay it off. This is the same basic idea behind convict leasing. You owe money to the state or county, so you work it off with hard labor. But let's say you owe a fine and you can't pay it. You don't want to be sent to the mines, but you're in luck. The sheriff's deputy who arrested you is also a plantation owner. He's willing to pay your fine for you as long as you're willing to work off the debt on his farm. You sign a labor contract for 9 months. Not realizing you also just agreed to be locked up at night and pay for your own recapture should you try to escape. Keep in mind that since your debt to the state has been settled, you're technically not a criminal anymore. You're just a laborer who has agreed to be treated like one. Meanwhile, all the food, clothing, housing, and medicine you're being provided with is adding to your debt and increasing your time. At this rate, it's going to take years to pay off that fine. So, all right, Let's say you'd rather avoid all that and fight the charge. You didn't do anything wrong. They can't prove anything. Good luck with that. You have no right to an attorney. That doesn't start until 1964. You're a black man and you stand accused by a white sheriff's deputy, and the white justice of the peace has unilateral authority to declare you guilty. It is a foregone conclusion that you will be convicted of something. Even more than that, the longer the trial goes on and the more witnesses that are called, the higher the fine will be when you lose. And you will lose, which is why by the 1880s, the obscure legal practice of confessing judgment had become popular. This is when you plead guilty to a lesser charge and accept a lesser punishment, because fighting it and going to trial would make things much worse for you. Nowadays, we call this plea bargaining, but this is where it started. Remember those 8 people who were convicted of not given and sent into the Pratt mines? This is what happened to them. They just pled guilty. The court didn't even bother to write down for what crime because it didn't matter. In 1898, the largest criminal category for convict laborers in Alabama was not given. In September 1901, John Davis was arrested for vagrancy. When that charge could not be proven, he was judged guilty of obtaining goods under false pretense and ordered to pay a fine of $75. A man named John W. Pace paid his fine for him, and they signed a 10-month labor contract. After 12 months on Pace's plantation, Davis was sold to another farmer for $50. It's unclear how long he was held there. John Davis was arrested by a man named Robert Franklin and judged by a justice of the peace named James Kennedy, both of whom were employed by John W. Pace. In May 1903, the Department of Justice announced an investigation into Pace's slavery ring, and John Davis would eventually testify at the trial. Here's how the federal prosecutor in the case, Warren Reese, described the scheme in his own words.
There have been flagrant abuses and violations on the part of wealthy and influential men. These violations have not been confined to 1 or 2 periodical and independent instances, but it has developed into a miserable business and custom to catch up ignorant and helpless Negro men and women upon the flimsiest and most baseless charges, carry them before a justice of the peace, who is usually a paid hireling of these wealthy dealers. The victim is found guilty and a fine is assessed, which, in the beginning, cannot be paid by the victim. And then it is that one of these slave dealers steps up, pretends to be the friend of the Negro, telling him he will pay him out if he will sign a contract to work for him on his farm. The Negro readily agrees rather than go to the mines, as he is informed he will have to do. His fine is paid, the contract is signed, and the Negro is taken to the farm or mine or mill or quarry of the employer. Placed into a condition of involuntary servitude, he is locked up at night in the cell, worked under guards during the day from 3 o'clock in the morning till 7 or 8 o'clock at night, whipped in a most cruel manner, is insufficiently fed or poorly clad. In fact, the evidence in nearly all the cases investigated reveals that the Negro men are worked nearly naked, while the women are worked in an equally disgraceful manner. Brutal things have transpired, and sometimes death has resulted from the infliction of corporal punishment. If they run away, the dogs are placed upon their track, and they are invariably retaken and subjected to more cruel treatment. When the time of a good-working Negro is nearing an end, he is rearrested upon some trumped-up charge and again carried before some bribed justice and resentenced to an additional time. In this way, Negroes have been known to have worked in these places and in this situation for years and years. They can get no word to friends, nor is word allowed to reach them from the outside world. They are held in abject slavery, without any knowledge of what goes on in the outside world. The indictments so far found are based upon some 25 Negro men and women who have been the subjects of these violations. These are some of the most severe instances, but it has been discovered that there are hundreds of other cases.
I know what you're thinking. Oh, well, it was only a few hundred people. That doesn't sound that bad. Nope. In the years after the Civil War, over 800,000 people were caught up in this system. This was one indictment in one county in one state, and there were hundreds of victims. During this same period, there were similar cases being heard in Georgia, Florida, Texas, basically everywhere. To put that in perspective, we freed 4 million black people and then re-enslaved a fifth of them as convicts and debt peons. And before you go thinking that these cases had a happy ending, remember the primary question of this video. When was the last slave freed in America? If you hadn't noticed, you still don't have an answer to that question. John W. Pace and his co-conspirators were charged with violating the federal anti-peonage statute, which was passed in 1867 to abolish the serf-like conditions that existed in the New Mexico territory. When we acquired all of that land from Mexico, we also acquired the societal structure of the people living there. So we got rid of the peonage system and then gave away free land to anyone willing to move there during the various Homestead Acts, which were kind of like reparations, but only for white people. And they weren't really making up for anything. It was just kind of a bonus. Anyway, Pace and his friends' actual defense was that since the debts that were owed to them were fictitious, this wasn't peonage, it was slavery. And slavery wasn't illegal. And they were right. Their charges were dismissed or they got off on appeal. Most of the other cases around the country fell apart for the same reason, because believe it or not, slavery was not a crime. The 13th Amendment to the Constitution says, neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as punishment for a crime blah blah, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. You know what it doesn't say? Anyone caught engaging in slavery is guilty of a felony and shall serve blah blah in prison blah blah. It abolished slavery as a legal concept, but didn't provide any punishment for continuing the practice anyway. It does include a section that says Congress shall have power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation, but Congress never got around to doing that. John W. Pace renewed his leasing contract with the county and was found to be holding slaves on his property less than a year later. And there was nothing anybody could do about it. As a result, this neo-slavery, disguised as debt peonage, was allowed to continue for decades. If you're not seething with anger right now, you need to look at yourself in the mirror and ask yourself why that is. As I mentioned, this wasn't isolated to the coal mines and cotton plantations of Alabama. Convict debt peons were cutting sugarcane in Texas, harvesting turpentine in Florida, and working at the infamous Chattahoochee Brick Company in Georgia, where they liked to use child convicts because they were small enough to fit inside of the kilns. After public hearings on corruption and conditions within their leasing system, the state of Georgia decided to abolish their program in 1909. Martin Tabert was arrested for vagrancy in the winter of 1921. He was found guilty and was imposed a fine of $25. His family actually sent the money, but by the time it arrived, he had already been leased to a turpentine camp in Florida on a 3-month contract. Shortly afterwards, he was whipped over 100 times by an overseer and died of his wounds. Normally, this wouldn't change anything. This happened literally every day all over the South, but Martin Tabert was a rich white kid from North Dakota. He was a 22-year-old on a cross-country backpacking trip when he was arrested. His family pressed charges, and the resulting media frenzy caused such a nationwide outrage that Florida ended its convict leasing system in 1923. Alabama didn't end their program until 1928. Making them the last state to do so. In that final year, the state had over 37,000 prisoners leased out to various companies and plantations, 12,500 of which were sentenced to hard labor for the sale or possession of alcohol, because at this point, prohibition was a thing. 2,735 were in for vagrancy, 2,014 for gaming, 458 for leaving a farm without permission, and 154 for adultery and miscegenation. Once a state ended its convict leasing program, they transitioned to using prison labor on state projects like roads and highways. These are the chain gangs you're familiar with. They start in the 1920s and 30s. Meanwhile, county convict leasing systems and the debt peonage scheme we discussed earlier, which is just slavery with extra steps, continue to exist without any real challenges. You've seen the length of this video, you know we're not done yet. While every US history teacher will correctly tell you that Reconstruction ended in 1877, it took a few years for the reforms of that era to be dismantled. US v. Cruikshank and the Slaughterhouse cases basically gutted the 14th Amendment. Without the presence of Union troops and without action from the federal government, Southern state governments quickly stripped freedmen of all of their rights and refused to protect them from mob violence. For almost a century after the Civil War, white-on-black crime went virtually unpunished. In 1883, the Supreme Court ruled that the Civil Rights Act of 1875, which prohibited racial discrimination in public accommodations, like restaurants and transportation, was unconstitutional. Here's the majority opinion from that case.
When a man has emerged from slavery and by the aid of beneficent legislation has shaken off the inseparable concubines of that state, there must be some stage in the progress of his elevation when he takes the rank of a mere citizen and ceases to be the special favorite of the laws. And when his rights as a citizen or a man are to be protected in the ordinary modes by which other men's rights are protected.
Less than 20 years after the Civil War, and they're already making the "Oh, come on, slavery ended forever ago" argument. This decision allowed segregation at the state level. In 1892, Homer Plessy boarded a train and sat in the white section with the full intention of being arrested and challenging Louisiana's Separate Car Act. Plessy was only 1/8 black. That's one great-grandparent. And that was enough to put him in the colored section. As you're probably aware, in 1896, the Supreme Court sided with Louisiana and gave federal approval for segregation to become the norm across the country. Even the North was on board with segregation at this point. You see, before the Civil War, the racial hierarchy had been justified using the Bible. It had been ordained by God. Have you ever wondered why there's a Southern Baptist church? Because in 1845, they broke away from the rest of the Baptists over the issue of slavery and the teaching that God stained their skin black as a permanent mark of servitude. Southern ministers told the slaves that theirs was a glorified place among the chickens and the pigs. In 1859, Darwin came out with his book On the Origin of Species, and it didn't take long for amateur scientists to start measuring skulls and determining which race was superior. Care to guess which one they chose? This was the beginning of the eugenics movement. It's sometimes difficult to remember that all of these things were happening at the same time. And during the 1870s, the Indian Wars were in full swing, which spawned an entire genre of literary fiction which told fantastic tales of white men civilizing the West. Manifest Destiny provided Americans with an idealized view of white progress. And then, to top it all off, Northerners were bombarded with the news out of the South regarding an apparent crime wave following the abolition of slavery. This was a result of the Black Codes, which were presented as neutral, while the freedmen were presented as violent criminals. If you were to ask a white Northerner to describe a black person in the 1850s, before the Civil War, they would have used words like loyal, dutiful, reliable, hardworking, and trustworthy. While still servile in nature, I hope we can agree that these are mostly positive traits. By the 1890s, when convict leasing and debt peonage were widely practiced, they were a threat, uncivilized, demonic, a lascivious beast roaming the country. This is it. If you learn nothing else from this video, I want this to be it. Southern whites used laws like vagrancy, trespassing, and false pretense to convince Northern whites that black people were incapable of living in civilized society. This is where the myth of black criminality comes from. This is decades before the war on drugs. If that doesn't piss you off, I want you to take out your phone, turn on the camera, flip it to selfie mode, and then ask yourself why that is. My guess is it's because none of the history I've talked about so far would have ever applied to you. Given all of that, is it really that much of a surprise that when Birth of a Nation was released in 1915, everyone, North and South, bought its message? This was the first feature-length American film and quickly became the first Hollywood blockbuster. In the film, the abolition of slavery is depicted as a mistake, unleashing animalistic black men on our unsuspecting, innocent white women. The KKK are the heroes, swooping in to save the South and restore order. This confirmed the story that white people wanted to hear and turned the defeat of the Confederacy into a tale of martyrdom. This rewrite of American history is known as the Lost Cause and is still pushed by textbooks today. This movie is also directly responsible for the rebirth of the Ku Klux Klan, who began terrorizing black families by burning crosses on their lawns. The original KKK didn't do that. That was invented by the movie. I told you wouldn't believe what brought them back. Frederick Douglass died in 1895, which meant that the most influential black leader was now Booker T. Washington, who pushed a more gradualist message. He urged black people to accommodate white demands for subservience while building up their skills. He told them to learn a trade to hold the keys to their own advancement and not move up north. Don't worry, white people will come around eventually. Needless to say, this message was praised by many Southern whites. By 1901, they had gradually disenfranchised every black person in the South by passing laws and writing new state constitutions. They obviously couldn't ban an entire race from voting because of the 15th Amendment. Instead, they instituted poll taxes and literacy tests to accomplish the same goal. You all know about these, even PragerU mentions them. But just like the Black Codes, you probably have a very watered down understanding of them. Let's start with the literacy tests. Nearly every state required you to know how to read and write if you wanted to vote, which sounds reasonable on the surface, right? Here's an actual literacy test from the state of Louisiana. It starts off with some fairly straightforward questions. Draw a line around the number or letter of this sentence, cross out the longest word, circle the first letter of the alphabet. Simple. But then you get to number 10. In the first circle below, write the last letter of the first word beginning with L. What? Number 12. Draw a line from circle 2 to circle 5 that will pass below circle 2 and above circle. Come on. This is only the first page. There are 30 total questions, and one wrong answer denotes failure of this test. Now, be honest. Is that what you thought a literacy test was when you learned about it in school? Because I'm willing to bet this was never explained to you. These tests were arbitrarily given out to anyone who couldn't prove a 5th grade education. And the questions were just vague enough that any answer could be subjectively wrong. Many states also put up financial barriers to voting. Mississippi required a poll tax of $3, which is just over $100 in today's money. Would you vote if it cost you that much to do it every time? I doubt it. Virginia's was only $1, but you had to be paying it for each of the previous 3 years before you could vote. Louisiana required you to own at least $300 in property, but included an exemption for anyone who could vote on January 1st, 1867, or their descendants. This is the origin of the phrase grandfather clause. This loophole was intended to let poor white people vote even if they didn't meet the literacy or financial requirements, as long as their grandfather was allowed to vote. Virtually no black people were voting in the South in 1867, so their descendants didn't qualify. Disenfranchisement has several knock-on effects that you might not immediately think about. It's a lot more than just your ability to vote. You'll also find it near impossible to run for office. This obviously meant that there were no black representatives in state or federal government, which is why the nice PragerU lady stopped counting them in 1900. But this also affected local office. There were no black sheriffs, constables, or justices of the peace. Not being registered to vote also means that you couldn't be called for jury duty. So black defendants were almost always tried and convicted by all-white juries. By the time Birth of a Nation and Woodrow Wilson came around, black people had been almost entirely pushed out of government. Confederate statues were being put up in the North and South, and the Lost Cause had completely taken over the historical narrative. Race riots occurred in places like Springfield, Illinois, Charleston, South Carolina, and Tulsa, Oklahoma. Lynching had become so popular that children were let out of school early so they could attend, and newspapers advertised the event days beforehand. People took selfies with the deceased and left with souvenirs and postcards. The violence around the country got so bad that in 1936, Victor Green began publishing the Negro Motorist Green Book, a travel guide with a list of hotels, gas stations, and barbershops that are friendly to black people in every city. They were working on a fictional version of this in the first season of Lovecraft Country. This was based on a real thing. These were printed all the way through the Civil Rights Movement and ended in 1966. Think about what that means for a moment. This country was so hostile to black people that for 3 decades, they needed to have their own separate travel guide where every listed location had to be vetted for safety. Because if you went into the wrong town, you might disappear forever.
Mr. Vice President, Mr. Speaker, yesterday, December 7th, 1941.
If you're wondering what FDR has to do with slavery, I'm guessing you've forgotten the primary question of this video. Again, after giving that speech, President Roosevelt asked his cabinet what the enemy was going to use against the United States in the coming propaganda war. The answer was the treatment of the Negro. In addition to disenfranchisement and segregation, the convict leasing debt peonage system was still holding thousands of people in bondage. A man named Charles Bledsoe pled guilty to peonage in Mobile, Alabama in October 1941. Just 2 months before Pearl Harbor. America could hardly claim the moral high ground or point fingers at how Japan was treating the Chinese or Koreans when we had our own subjugated underclass. So on December 12, 1941, FDR's Justice Department issued Circular 3591.
A summary of the department files on alleged peonage violations discloses numerous instances of prosecution denied by United States attorneys, the main reason stated as being the absence of the element of debt. In the matter of control by one over the person of another, the circumstances under which each person is placed must be determined, i.e., the subservience of the will of one to the other. Open force, threats, or intimidation need not be used to cause a person to go involuntarily from one place to another to work and to remain at such work, nor does evidence of kind treatment show an absence of involuntary servitude. In the United States, one cannot sell himself as a peon or a slave. The law is fixed and established to protect the weak-minded, the poor, the miserable. Men will sometimes sell themselves for a meal of victuals, or contract with another who acts as surety on his bond to work out the amount of the bond upon his release from jail. Any such contract is positively null and void, and the procuring and causing of such contract to be made violates the law. To assure emphasis on the issue of involuntary servitude and slavery in considering these cases, the Federal Bureau of Investigation has been requested to change the title on its reports from peonage to read Involuntary Servitude and Slavery.
This memo told prosecutors to stop trying these cases under the federal anti-peonage statute because so many people were using the same defense as John W. Pace, that since the debt wasn't real, this wasn't peonage, it was slavery. And slavery wasn't a crime. They were told to stop calling it peonage and start calling it what it is, slavery. The memo provided them with a list of other statutes that could apply and told them to aggressively prosecute these crimes as part of the war effort. Over the next few months, dozens of cases would be opened across the country. In September 1942, on a farm outside of Beeville, Texas, a man named Alfred Irving became the last chattel slave to be freed in America. Not indentured servant or convict laborer or debt peon, slave. Here's a news article from the Times saying as much. The Skrabarczyk family held him as a slave for at least 4 years. They starved him and beat him with chains, whips, and ropes so regularly that he was permanently disfigured. The family was found guilty and sentenced to federal prison. The Corpus Christi Times said that the trial and its conclusion will undoubtedly be said in the future to have given a decisive setback to the enemy propaganda machine. So, in a way, by bombing Pearl Harbor, the Japanese ended slavery in the United States. When people notice the obvious inequality in our country and wonder why Black people haven't caught up yet despite slavery ending over 150 years ago, they're wrong. It ended 80 years ago. When was the last slave freed in America? It wasn't after the Civil War, it was during World War II in September 1942. Our current president, Joe Biden, was born 2 months later. Until he graduated from college, Black people had to drink out of a separate water fountain. Segregation didn't end until the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Jim Crow ended with the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which allowed Black people to vote again. But just a few years after that, Nixon came along with his war on drugs, which disenfranchised and imprisoned even more Black people. On purpose. My police militarization video goes into more detail, but if you don't believe me.
The Nixon campaign in 1968 and the Nixon White House after that had two enemies, the anti-war left and Black people. You understand what I'm saying? We knew we couldn't make it illegal to be either against the war or Black, but by getting the public to associate the hippies with marijuana and the Blacks with heroin, then criminalizing both heavily, we could disrupt those communities. We could arrest their leaders, raid their homes, break up their meetings, and vilify them night after night on the evening news. Did we know we were lying about the drugs? Of course we did.
Why haven't we done reparations? We clearly owe them. And by we, I don't mean white people. I mean the government of the United States. Since the colonial days, the laws of this country have been used to force Black people into a permanent underclass. For the first 100 years after independence, the Constitution not only allowed, but protected slavery. And immediately after it was abolished, the criminal justice system was used as leverage to extract as much labor and wealth out of Black people as possible, either directly by sentencing them to hard labor in the coal mines, or indirectly by issuing an exorbitant fine that was then paid for by a plantation owner who held that debt over them while simultaneously increasing it so it took years to pay off. If they tried to leave, they'd be arrested for breaking a labor contract and given even more hard labor. This blatantly unjust system created generations of people who rightfully fear going out alone and have learned not to expect help from the authorities. They don't trust the police and have lost all faith in the criminal justice system. And who can blame them? For almost 100 years, the primary purpose of the judicial system was to coerce Black people into meeting the labor demands and social customs of the white majority. This created a century-old myth about Black criminality that persists to this day. The government of the United States did that, not some slave owners who died over 150 years ago. And they arguably continue to do it with the war on drugs. Joe Biden was instrumental in introducing the modern version of pig laws when he was in the Senate. We went from slave codes and chattel slavery to black codes and neo-slavery, which is convict leasing and debt peonage, to the war on drugs and the prison industrial complex. It's basically a continuum of oppression against black people. This version of history, otherwise known as What Actually Happened, explains much more about the current state of racial inequality in our country than the standard American history myth we were all taught. Have you noticed I haven't shown you a PragerU clip in the last half hour? Because this part of the story is almost always skipped over. We learn about the Pilgrims, the Revolution, the Civil War, and that's pretty much it. You'll eventually learn about segregation and how Martin Luther King ended racism.
Also in our time, all Americans are equally protected under the law and have equal voting rights regardless of race.
We even had a black president.
2 terms.
Today, America is the most successful multiracial country in history. The only white majority country to elect a black president twice.
PragerU is basically presenting the same version of history that we all learned in elementary and high school. The only difference is that their target audience consists entirely of adults, specifically parents. They're pushing for school choice, so they're trying to scare parents into believing their kids are learning critical race theory or that America is a racist country. But I can assure you, no child is learning about anything I've talked about during this video. There are history and social studies teachers watching this right now who have never heard about debt peonage before. I know I hadn't when I was a teacher. Finally learning about this stuff has given me a serious crisis of conscience. I was taught the standard American history myth, which is just a watered down version of the lost cause. And then I helped spread that narrative to the next generation of kids. As an educator, there is nothing worse than realizing you've been teaching a lie, even if it's only a lie by omission. The full story makes so much more sense that I wish this stuff was taught in school, because then we might actually demand some changes, which is exactly why PragerU keeps telling you the same story you learned in 5th grade. History is the only subject where they repeatedly say you shouldn't learn anything new, because then you might feel bad about being white or American. You learned everything you need to know about history in elementary school. I don't feel any guilt for being white, but I do feel guilty that I believed the fairy tale version of American history for so long. At least now I know better, and so do you. Now that you know all this, it's time to confront your implicit racial biases, which you can do over at curiositystream.com/knowingbetter. CuriosityStream is a subscription streaming service that offers thousands of documentaries and nonfiction titles that you can access across multiple platforms. Are you racist? Find out by watching the show, Are You Racist?, which ran multiple subjects through a battery of psychological tests to reveal subconscious prejudices against certain other people. Do you think some people are just genetically more likely to commit crime? This documentary is for you. Check it out by heading over to curiositystream.com/knowingbetter, where you can also get access to Nebula, the streaming service built by fellow YouTubers to escape the unjust rules of the algorithm. All of my content is hosted over there ad-free, and most of my recent videos include special content that can only be seen on Nebula. Sign up today by heading over to curiositystream.com/knowingbetter, where you can get access to both CuriosityStream and Nebula for only $14.79 a year. You'll also be supporting the channel when you do. I'm not going to apologize for the length of this video or the delay in its release, because you've come to expect that by now. I'd like to give a shout out to my newest Golden Fork patrons, Adam and Specialist Angel Figueroa. If you'd like to add your name to this list of debt peons, head on over to patreon.com/knowingbetter, or for a one-time donation, paypal.me/knowingbetter. Don't forget to emancipate that subscribe button or the join button if you're an abolitionist. Check out the merch at knowingbetter.tv, follow me on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, and join us on the subreddit.
Good to be here. This is what I look like. It's mostly my fault. Well, it's all my fault. I wish I had an excuse, you know? Like, I had to gain all this weight for a movie. There's no movie. If you saw me eat, you would think there were multiple movies. Are they doing a live-action Shrek? This guy's gonna be perfect. Wearing my shirt untucked, the untucked shirt, the fat man's last hurrah. Next stop, Momo. You might see a guy with his shirt untucked and think, oh, was he in a hurry? Is he going casual? You should know, someone very close to that man saw him with his shirt tucked in and said, don't do that. That's visually unpleasing. You look better not fully dressed. The untucked shirt, it's like the male wonder bra. There's a surprise underneath, and you're not gonna like it. This is not an Untuck It. Untuck It, which is a brand of shirt. I do love those Untuck It commercials. They present it like some revolutionary technology.
It's a shirt that can be worn untucked.
Wow! Like a magic shirt? That's right. Can't other shirts do that?
No, this is a special shirt. It goes with our unzipped pants and our unbuckled belt. And combined with your uncombed hair, you can look unemployed and be unwelcome in restaurants. That's unbelievable.
This shirt is actually a 2XL. That's right, I did it. Mission accomplished. There should be a moving up ceremony for when you hit 2XL. It is with great pride and slight disgust that we present this garment, roughly the size of a circus tent, to this slob who actually struggles to put on his own socks. He may now burp for no reason at all. I am new to the 2XL community. They've been very welcoming. Did some research. You know what the size after 2XL is? Kill yourself. Oh, it's 3X. Triple X. That's pornographic. It's so fat, it's obscene. Triple X does sound like some fat on fat action. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And I'm heading there, hopefully by the end of the show. I don't know what happened. All I did was eat abusively for 40 years. And suddenly I'm fat? That doesn't seem fair. I am now at the size, when I go in clothing stores, salespeople look at me like, we got nothing for you. And you can't use our bathroom. When I go out to eat, if I order a salad, the waiter's always like, oh, look at you try. I'm always afraid he's going to gather the whole staff. The fat pig is trying. The fat pig is trying. Hi. I've always talked about my weight and my stand-up, but in the past, after shows, if I ran into audience members, they'd be like, Jim, you're not that fat. You're not that fat. But now after shows, people are like, good show. I don't care. I like to eat. I like to eat. When you like to eat, what's weird is people assume you enjoy cooking. Well, you must know your way around the kitchen. I know where the food is. You must love to cook. Look, I like to sleep. It doesn't mean I want to build a bed. The truth is, I don't like to do anything. Like when I order delivery, I'm kind of annoyed they don't know what I want already. What do I have to do, everything? I did lose some weight last summer. Thank you. Well, I had my appendix removed. But it still counts. I didn't know what the appendix was, and since I'm an idiot, I just pretended like I did. The doctor was like, we have to remove your appendix. And I was like, both of them? Luckily, he thought I was kidding. He's like, ah! So grateful he didn't call me out. I don't know what it would have said. Like, there's only one appendix. Oh, appendix. I thought you said lungs. To me, they sound similar because I'm dumb. I didn't know what the appendix was, but I don't feel that bad. The doctor told me science isn't even sure what the appendix does exactly. Science isn't even sure why the appendix exists. And I heard that and I was like, oh my gosh, the appendix is like a Kardashian. It is. It's a mystery to everyone. but for some of us causes excruciating pain and needs to be removed with a knife. Obviously, I'm not promoting violence against any of the Kardashians, just the mother. There's always one person that gets too into that joke. Yes, kill the mother. Kill her and smear her blood on my face. I think it's strange science doesn't know what the appendix does. That means nobody knows. You never hear science doesn't know, but Earl has a theory. Earl, when you were cleaning the toilet, you mumbled something. How is that an acceptable answer? From the entire scientific community.
Yeah, we